good morning, Jason. A very good morning to everyone watching. And Judd makes a very poor break-off shot. We get to say it quite often these days, whatever you do, don't hit that blue. Don't think the black's available. If it is, Shaun will take this long red on. Maybe it is. It must be. An early chance for Shaun Murphy. It's going to be a fascinating battle, this, between these two great cueists, Stephen.
Yeah, Dennis, it's two players who will believe they've got a great chance of lifting this World Championship this week. Perhaps consider themselves a little bit unlucky that they're meeting as early as the quarter-final, but that's the way the game is these days, the way the rankings change so often.
Nine.
This is already turning into a good opportunity for Shaun in this first frame.
It's amazing the players are in the practice room practicing long pots and, you know, knocking balls in. I bet they never practice the break-off shot. You would never think of doing that.
Wow.
Shaun Murphy, 16.
That is probably the easiest pot you will have seen missed in the whole 17 days here at the Crucible.
That is amazing. With his cue action.
One.
Wow, even I could have potted that one, Stephen.
It's amazing. He could have closed his eyes and potted that. It's just one of them times. It's not nerves or a twitch or anything like that. It's just you just get down and just don't even look at the angle. You just assume you're going to pot it.
Nine.
Straight away, we know Judd's going to try and open these reds as soon as possible. Always playing the attacking, aggressive shot.
That was the best he could do with the angle he had on the black
16.
there. And the blue's off its spot. So not straightforward, his next positional shot. If he plays a cannon on one of the reds, he might possibly leave himself a chance at the black. He'd love to be able to miss those reds, the left side of the table. But I don't know if he can do that and get up towards the blue. And he couldn't, but he's on the
17.
black. He had to use the reds as a stopper. It's a tricky black, but he's such a good potter, this fellow.
$24. $25.
Be interested to hear what you think, Stephen. A couple of years ago in the World Championship, I said Judd Trump was the best potter I'd ever seen in the game of snooker. I've never seen anybody pot balls like the balls he potted. What would you think?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. His
32.
potting is incredible. You only have to see when he gets to the end of a frame when his opponent needs snooker. Some of the shots he pulls off are outrageous, and what impresses me the most is his cue power. He's got more cue power probably than anyone I've ever seen. That is very well controlled. So he can play the little delicate shots as well. And already he's got a chance to annoy Shaun because that missed red. Oh, he's got terrible contact there. Good chance to punish Shaun for that easy misread, but that was unfortunate. That wasn't Judd's fault.
Well, amazing. You could see how far the red left the bed of the table there. Yeah, you don't mind, well, you don't like missing an easy putt, but when you get a kick like that, it's certainly not the best feeling in the world. Now, can he redeem himself and knock a long red in here? Oh, we can get one to the middle. That's even better.
Whoa.
Needs to miss the yellow. Well, I say miss the yellow. It's fallen in behind it.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
How were you at playing at 10 in the morning, Dennis?
I didn't mind it. Some players didn't like it. Ray Reardon used to hate playing in the morning, but mind you, Ray Reardon was a bit of a night bird anyway, with his nickname Dracula. He never liked playing in the morning, Ray. He used to have Dracula on his cue case, you know, and come out into the crucible once with a cloak. Is this hard enough? A long way short.
Foul and a miss. Shaun Murphy, 4.
Talking about psychology in the game, and Ray Reardon, I remember him playing Bill Werbenick, big Bill Werbenick, in the morning session. Bill was playing as well as he could do, and they were coming out after the mid-session interval, and Ray says to Bill, I see you don't like playing in the morning either, Bill. He couldn't pot a ball after that. This looks better. Yeah, that camera angle could tell you it was coming right at the red. It's a good contrast of styles, these two players. You've got Shaun, who's a beautiful cueist, model professional, up against a flamboyant Judd Trump, who plays the exciting game of snooker.
Yeah, against most opponents, you would say that Shaun would be the attacking one, but honestly, no one really comes close to the aggressive snooker that Judd plays.
There's the tournament safety success rate, and believe it or not, Judd Trump ahead of Shaun Murphy. That might surprise a lot of people. But he has been working on his tactical game, Judd. And I think he knows that you can't just pot your way to a world championship. You've got to mix it around a little bit. And I think he's gradually working on that, Stephen.
Yeah, I still like to use the analogy like football teams that don't have much of a defence, but they think, I don't care how many goals you score, I'm going to score more. And I think he still likes to play snooker in that way. He's quite prepared to maybe give up some frames, but he thinks he can overpower opponents with his potting.
Yeah, he's never going to change that style that he has, but he'll get a few more chances if he can put in a couple of telling safeties to give himself that opening.
There's no doubt this season, as compared to last season, he's definitely mixing up his game a bit more. He's turning down shots. I think when you get a few scars from going for shots and players punishing you, then you start to learn that you can't go out and go for everything, although it took me about 30 years to learn that.
Yeah, you're turning down all sorts of shots from the commentary box. You never did on the snooker table.
Yeah, I'm realising we never miss in here, do we? Ever play a bad shot? It's great.
gone a little awkward. You can see the way the reds are. To the left side, to the right side, which are not safe. The ones on the left side are awkward. So the 20 or 19 points advantage. Not a bad thing to have with the balls as they are. Now, is this going to be a Shaun Murphy special? Unbelievable cueing there. One of the best in the business at that type of shot.
Yeah, that's the same. He's played the same shot both sides of the table now, and that gives you huge confidence when you're knocking these in at the beginning of the match. I always think with Shaun, he just needs to cut out the careless mistakes. His long potting's as good as anyone in the game to get himself in, to get opportunities. But he doesn't win enough frames in one visit for me. That's what he's going to have to do to win this championship and to compete in this match with Trump.
9.
Oh, he's come up a long way short, and that was careless. Just what you were talking about there, Stephen. Just a little lapse in concentration there. Of course, he's doing a bit of work with one of your former coaches, Chris Henry, and he seems to be quite relaxed. Does Chris work on his technique, on his mental attitude?
Well, he'll start off technique. Usually the first thing he looks for is where the player is striking the cue ball. A lot of players that we believe we're hitting it in the middle, but we're actually not. And sometimes you need someone to point that out to you. But he will be doing a lot of work in the psychology of the game. They've only just started working together, so it sometimes takes time.
Shaun Murphy, 9.
Yeah, I've known Chris Henry for many, many years. Known him as a youngster, really. Knew his parents. The family were all great singers from Accrington, where we used to go and practice. Alex Higgins, myself, Jim Meadowcroft. Jim, I know, will still be watching. Hasn't been in the greatest of health the last couple of years, so I hope you're feeling okay, Jim. Of course, Chris Henry now living in Bruges in Belgium. As we see a very good safety shot from Shaun Murphy. Perfectly played.
Well, from this frame looking like it was going to be over in about 5 or 6 minutes, it's now turned into a little bit of a tactical battle. The Reds are going fairly safe. That was a good shot. Didn't play the pot there. You'd like to play this red in the left side cushion, but it's very close to the cushion, so you can often get a double kiss. And it would bring the cue ball into the other reds, so that's a tricky shot. A spot of bother here, Judd Trump. The 3 reds that are on the black cushion. You can play off that with right-hand side to come off 2 cushions, but may knock a red over the right corner.
Slight misjudgment there, but if the black doesn't pot, might not cost them too many points. This red looks reasonably straight, I think. And slight angle, he'd have to get back across the table to leave the black in the same pocket, so not guaranteed, but with his cue action, he can get plenty of run through here. Is he just going to drop it in? I think he's just getting the extra point and then playing safe. Just away up the other end of the table to have a look where he'd like to place the cue ball and possibly get a snooker.
Green ball. Shaun Murphy, 1.
Not the best. There is an escape route. He'll be freeing the reds, but he can get back down the table off this one. A little bit thick, but no damage done. Opened a couple of reds up. And gradually these reds will come off this cushion behind the black. Maybe not yet. Got to be careful this time. Easy escape route down the right side of the table, but if he plays straight onto that red that's nearest the black spot, he'll certainly open some of the reds up. So he needs a good cue ball here. Needs the pink to come to his rescue, and I don't think it is.
Okay, cheers. Yeah, the scoreboard's gone off.
The scoreboard's gone off, I think. I'm not quite sure what happened. I think Judd spotted that, told Colin Humphreys, the referee. Jan Verhaas, you can just see the top of his head there. He's scoring, so we have lost the scoreboard. Oh, there we go. Back to normal. Gremlins in the crucible.
One.
Well, he's looking to see which red will pot. He's got a bit of an angle on the blue. Now watch the cue action here. If he screws this back, he's got to be careful he doesn't screw straight back into the pink. Just looking at that angle, he'll go close to the pink if he was to screw off the blue. We'll find out shortly. It looks as if it's going to go straight into the pink, the way he's looking there.
Brown ball.
So he's just going to try and get in behind the green here. So
Shaun Murphy, 1.
let's have a look. Yeah, see, if he screws that back, every chance of just catching the pink or going the wrong side of the two reds. So that wasn't on for him.
He's played that shot well. Shaun Murphy's blocked the easy escape to the left-hand side of the table. The one cushion escape. So this is not easy to hit a red and keep it safe.
Foul, the miss.
There's no free ball, that'll be
Shaun
going
Murphy,
back.
4.
That's what Shaun was asking, no free ball.
That's where they were. Let's have a look at them now. That's where it is now. Let's have a look. I mean, the escape he's trying, there's hardly a gap there between the brown and the blue. I mean, that's the line I've put up. Look how close he'd have to get to. He's going to try it again, but look how close he'd have to get to the colours. And it's just skidding off the cushion,
Foul,
which tells me
miss.
the shot's not available.
Shaun Murphy, foul.
I mean, he went right along the line. It's just not available. He's going to have to change his mind here. Quite easy to go into the reds off one cushion, but he's concerned about leaving it. But that escape route that he tried twice isn't available. I mean, the straightforward escape is that. But he's worried about leaving the red to the left of the two. That's why he's not taking that on. He might have to do, Stephen.
Yeah, that shot that Shaun played could win him this frame, because it's going to be really hard to hit a red here. And even if he does, I can't see how he's going to get safe.
That was the problem. That's why he tried to find that little gap between the brown and the blue, but Judd had worked out that the angle wasn't there after 2 attempts, and he left the red that he thought he would leave.
Yeah, at least one. He's pushed the red that he hit closer to the other red, so they don't pop, but it's a little bit of a careless miss by Shaun.
Well, that's a couple of easy pots Shaun has missed. He's knocked a couple of long cracking pots in. And if he gets on the black here, let's have a look. Yeah. Oh. He just hit that all wrong. In fact, he was trying to hold for the black in such a way as he could cannon the reds, but he cued right across that one. Don't know if he can get in behind the green off this. Might be able to. Just as good. Where's that red going? It's going right over the middle. Is the pink coming to his rescue? What a result he's had there if the pink's snookering him, and I think it is. He might have to bend this around the pink. He is having to swerve it. Good shot. But no angle on the brown to move the reds. Black's in the way here.
Yeah, he's got an angle on the brown to bring the cue ball down towards the reds, but as you say, the black's hampering that.
Yeah, he'd have to be so precise. To pot the brown, he'd have to slip past the black. He could possibly hit that red, but he'd have to be so precise with that. Might be worth the risk just trying to cannon the one red out, because even if he missed it, he would have an easy safety shot. I'd definitely have a go at it. Let's say if he could just slip past the black. Well, he was nowhere near the reds. He couldn't hit the one to the right, and he, well.
5.
Yeah, just didn't hit low enough on the cue ball there. Again, just got to be careful it doesn't put the left-hand side of these reds over the left corner.
Shaun Murphy, 5.
Yeah, clever shot. He took the risk there, but he had the pink, the blue, and the green to get in behind. He knew he was going to leave that red near a pocket. Judd's just coming off a couple of cushions to play the one in the open. Oh, now then. What a result he's had there, by the way.
Well, Shaun's just looking at the angle. If he can come off 2 cushions and hit behind this red, he could actually snooker Judd behind the green here. But he needs to get right in behind the red and hit it full in the face on the way back up after hitting 2 cushions.
As predicted. It looked as if the white had laid tight on the black, but that escape route was available to Shaun, and he couldn't have played it any better. Worth another look at this one. Oh, there was a little bit sticking out. Might take this on, Shaun, because he could leave an angle on the green or the blue to get up to the difficult red. Oh, this is a clever shot. That's a brilliant shot. And Shaun Murphy tapping the table. He knows that that was a little beauty that Judd picked out there. Who would have thought that this frame was going to last? It's been going over 27 minutes. It looked like it was going to be all over in about 6 or 7 minutes. But there's been some very good tactical stuff.
Yes, there won't be many frames like this in this match, I would think, between these 2 players. Both much more comfortable playing open frames, and then the ball's making big breaks. It's always nice to get that first frame. That's why things are a bit cagey at the moment.
It's just a straight up and down to try and hit the red. Too well to knock it safe. Too well to hit it.
Foul, the miss. Judd trump 4.
Even though he's only coming off 1 cushion. Always tough to judge the angle. He'd like to play it off 2 cushions, but the middle pocket's in the way, so.
Okay.
Try number 2. Better. And he's had a result this time. You never know where they're going to go, and he'll settle for that. Now, can he get past the blue to just land on this red that's near the pocket? He can't. Oh, it needs to bounce. It needs to keep on running, and it's not.
Slightly hampered by the green there, but still expected Shaun to pot that red, but he's okay, he's not left anything.
Oh, this is a beauty, an absolute beauty, this. first glance, as the frame just goes past the half-hour mark, at first glance, the pink could be in the way of the two-cushion escape to land on this red that's near the pocket. This could be
Foul, the miss.
this could be a free ball if it keeps on
Judd
running.
Trump, 4.
No, not quite. Referee Colin Humphreys had a quick look at it. No free ball. So difficult to pick the angle out to try and just clip that red. Oh, that was further away.
Foul, the miss.
Now then,
Judd Trump, 4.
is it a free ball this time? No free ball, so back. What a result again there. Not sure if he can get enough side to get back over behind the green off this. Made sure he kept the red safe. Well, though it's the best of 25, as Stephen mentioned earlier, always nice to get the first frame on the board, especially if it's a long frame. Well, he's returned the compliment by the looks of things. Well, that's even better. Might be able to lay on the red off a couple of cushions, but what a shot he played there. But this is so tough to judge. It really is. That's what he's got to try, somewhere near that line. That's in the pocket, is it?
Foul, the miss. Shaun Murphy, 4.
It's so difficult, Stephen, isn't it, when you're that close to the cushion? He wants to hit it off two cushions, really, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's obviously erring on the side of missing to the red to the left. Rather, the last thing he wants to do is come over wide to the right-hand side of the red, and this could be bad news.
And I'll tell you what, Stephen, Shaun Murphy he's looking at the scoreboard, he can bring that awkward brown into play here. That would be worth the risk. He needs that brown in open play. And you'd think he'd finish on the pink if he frees the brown.
One.
Just checking the potting angle, make sure he's happy before he gets down. He's stunning this off the top cushion for the red into the right corner. Right, into the potting angle and still missed it.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Well, he's potted a few cracking long reds, but I'll tell you what, he's missed 3 very easy pots. And as you say, he got up and then got down again and still missed it.
1.
Well, what a gift for Judd Trump in this first frame. He must have thought when he left Shaun the angle on that red, as you said, Dennis, to move the brown out. There was nothing stopping Shaun winning this first frame, so just slightly awkward. The yellow doesn't pass the green to the right corner, so he's probably going to have to play off 2 cushions for the yellow into its own pocket. Is it hard enough? Just.
5.
Well, he had to go around the angles. He wasn't quite hard enough.
7.
And this is a delicate little positional shot, which will make the pot slightly more difficult if he plays it with a lot of side. Got away with it by the looks of
Judd
things.
trump, 7.
So a few nerves in this opening frame.
Yeah, both players a bit edgy. That miss by Shaun should have definitely cost him this frame. And with the brown going safe, we could have a few minutes safety again. Shaun wouldn't have played many 40-minute frames in his career, but it's getting pretty close now.
That's all right, trying to get the snooker. But you've got to keep the object ball safe. And that's what he's done. He knew he couldn't get in behind the pink and black, so he just made sure of keeping the green safe. Now this is a bit of a chance. Well, in fact, at first I thought he'd be able to pot the green and head up to the brown, but from that angle, very, very difficult. Needed the green a little closer to the pocket. Couldn't get the cannon on the brown. No, I just wonder with that silky smooth cue action, is he going to pot the brown, screw back for the blue? Yeah, that's what he wants to do. This has to be cued perfectly. And it's going over the pocket by the looks of things.
Shaun Murphy, 3.
Just needs brown and blue. He doesn't want to land right on top of the
4.
blue. Just okay. Quick glance at the scoreboard. He's 10 in front, so he doesn't have to hammer the blue in. Well, he's looking at the scoreboard again. He'd love to play his usual type shot, but not often you see Judd Trump roll the ball in like that. But he only needed the blue. Well, it's been a long, hard, fought-out opening frame. Not far off 40 minutes. Shaun Murphy had his chances. Judd had a better chance, didn't take it. But in the end, it was Judd Trump who takes the opening frame, and he leads 1-0.
Shaun Murphy breaks off in the second frame. We've seen a poor break off by Judd in the first frame, and that's not much better. I think this red cuts to the right middle, and that break off much too thick.
Well, what's going on here this morning? Can't see it carrying on like this. This will boost Shaun's confidence. You knock this in.
1.
Quite a good chance now. There's one good positional shot as we show you this medium range pot.
Brown ball.
Another slight test of his cue action if he's dead straight on this.
5.
Doesn't have much to do with the cue ball to leave the black.
6.
Yeah, it shows you the confidence he has in his long putting, because he could have played the yellow or green there to get closer to that red, but was comfortable leaving himself a medium range shot. And this is where he has to keep his concentration. Cut out these easy misses.
13. 14.
Might leave himself an angle on this red behind the bunch in such a way that he can then open the reds up. So he can bring a few more into play.
21.
Let's see what sort of angle he's got. Yep. Oh, he's hit it too well. He's nowhere.
22.
He's finished in no man's land. Always difficult to judge when you're coming back off the reds, but he just got into that too much. See that white taking a second spin, so to speak. He's going to need a little bit of help here. If he's quite a tall lad, Shaun. He might be able to stretch over, but he can't, so it's going to be the long spider. That's a title you wouldn't like to have, Steve, the best long spider player in the game. Oh, look at this. Look how he's holding. I don't know how to do this, to just hold the rest up as if it was a spider. But he's changing his mind.
Extender spider.
We can show you this shot that Shaun played when he got into it too much. The white just kept on spinning there. And there's that black and white ball striking down at about 6 o'clock, if you imagine the ball as a clock face, and it just spins into the reds, and then it keeps on spinning, and Shaun generated so much spin it just come right back off the cushion and into this awkward position. And now he's got the long spider out.
Shaun Murphy, 22.
Well, that was a poor safety by Judd. Wasn't difficult to get the cue ball close to the baulk cushion there. He was under no pressure, really. And he's given Shaun another opportunity, one of these medium range long reds that he is so good at.
I'm just looking at the cue ball there, Stephen. Did he get a little bit of unwanted side? Because it's come right down.
Yeah, I thought he could have stunned this for the black, but obviously wanted to play it with a touch of safety, and he just said he's not struck the cue ball in the middle there.
I like this shot he's playing here. Watch this. Can he? Oh, it was such a thin cut.
1.
That really was a, well, it was a fine shot, you'd have to say.
Five. Judd trump.
Well, I
5.
didn't detect heavy contact there. I'm not sure. I think he was concentrating on the cannon. Let's have a look, see what happened here. Well, it jumped slightly. Maybe he did get a kick.
Yeah, I think he was concentrating so much on getting the correct cannon on the red to finish on the black. Again, took his eye off the pot. So you'd have to say it's a poor start by these two players so far. None of them have got into their rhythm yet, not settled.
Well, the pot success rate, look at that, 75 and 78. That will rise. Don't worry about that. 8 frames to be played in this session this morning, and then they'll come back out this evening for their second session.
One.
Got enough angle on this blue to send it round the angles, missed the yellow. Now this is a good chance now, and if he's dead straight on this red, he can leave the white where the red is and the black will be available.
6.
That's if he's dead straight on the red. Slight angle, he'd still be okay. Well, he's absolutely perfect. Got nothing to do with the cue ball here to leave himself on the black.
7.
Got to capitalize and push on from here just to get a bit of confidence.
$14. 15. 22.
Going to be a little bit quicker than
23.
the opening frame, Stephen.
Yes, this is almost like a routine you'd put up before you came out into the arena in the morning. Well, he's almost missed that black there, just went off the near knuckle. But yeah, this is something you would do just to get your cue arm going before you came
30.
out. Couldn't place the reds any easier.
So, 31. $38. 39.
'Quick glance at the scoreboard from Shaun. That's the frame
44.
safe.
$45.
And I think we'll see both players settle down now. Judd had a chance. Now, whether he got a
52.
slightly heavy contact or not, it's cost him this second
53.
frame. So it was so surprising for these two to have nearly a 40-minute frame. But that's what happened
59.
in the opener.
60.
This one's just going to be around the 12 minutes.
67.
Well, that's a bit more like it. Okay, no pressure on that pot, but that was a cracking pot there. That wasn't a cracking pot.
Shaun Murphy,
He won't bother about missing the black, though. It's been a little bit scrappy, but I think both players will settle down now, and that 68 break has given Shaun Murphy the frame. It's 1-all.
Frame 3, Judd trumps a break.
Well, at least he's missed the blue this time with the break-off shot, but he's left that longish red that Shaun, if it's just off straight, he'll always take it on. Just a slight angle, but it's the sort of shot that he practices. What's he left? Well, if he's covered everything here, he's very, very fortunate. Might just be able to get past the black to the potting angle. Just about.
One.
But he's the wrong side of the blue. And if he's going to continue this, he'll have to take a ball colour, you would feel. These are so tough.
Six.
Worrying signs. Okay, it's early in the morning, but that was terrible cueing from Judd. I mean, have a look at this. Okay, he was bridging on the cushion with his hand, but didn't cue that very smoothly, Stephen.
No, and if you've seen the slow motion there, his head was moving when he struck that shot there.
One.
Even you watch his head after he struck the ball. It's like he's shaking his head already. He knows he's missed it straight away.
Still at 77%. Amazing.
Yeah, it won't be the missed pots that's worrying Judd. It'll be how easy they've been. They've not been difficult pots. Both players have been missing.
8.
And normally, yeah, I would find that it's the start of the match where you're really up for it and you're really focused. So it's surprising that they're missing these easy balls.
9.
Well, just going back to the 80s, Steve Davis, it's amazing the number of times, as we show you this pot has hampered him slightly on the pink. Yeah, I was just saying there about Steve Davis in the 80s, always started so quickly in a match. A number of times he knocked a century break in.
15.
And of course, you did the same thing, Stephen. Throughout the 90s, you seemed to get off to a very quick start.
Yeah, well, I always realised that it was so important in these long matches to get off to a quick start, and so your concentration, your focus is really 100%.
Just a little bit of noise there backstage. Someone just maybe going past the commentary box.
$21.
Oh, that was so difficult there. It was close to being a push shot. He was so close to the red there. You got to get the cue out of the way quickly when you're that close to them.
The two reds in the black cushion. I don't think the one that's slightly off the cushion pots to the left corner. He's got a good angle in the pink to play for that red. Well, he has played for that red, but he's played for it to the right corner. And he's just a little bit short of pace there. He won't be taking it on now.
28.
Unless he can play it in such a way where he's covering the pocket with the pack of reds.
Shaun Murphy, 28.
This time the flick on the yellow's okay. Had he have hit that yellow full ball, the red to the right of the blue was available. And Shaun's got to be careful. He knows if he doesn't get this just right, he could leave that red. So he needs to get a good cue ball here. And he has. That's a great shot. Very good. Could just come off the side cushion near the middle pocket to land on the reds that are to the right of the black. I don't think the other ones are potable to the left corner. If they are, then that shot's a bit risky. There seems to be a little gap between the green and the blue, but I don't think he can see enough of the red next to the pink. Well, maybe he can to get back down the table. Oh, he could hit the other one. What a good shot. As long as he doesn't hit the middle. Oh. Once you catch that jaw of the middle pocket, you're in a bit of trouble.
Nice pot. Those are never easy into a blind pocket. Nicely controlled. Shaun's got to take advantage at this stage in the match. Judd's not firing at all at the moment, and it's these opportunities in these long matches that you've got to take advantage of.
Six. 7.
Cannon on the red that's just to the right of the pink would open everything up here. But may choose to just play for a red to the left centre.
14.
Now this is an excellent chance now for Shaun to win this third frame.
15.
The match just comes up for the hour mark. We probably expected Dennis to be at the interval by now at this stage, but that first frame has held them up.
22. 23.
Just a little bit of noise coming from the other side of the arena. They're in between frames. There's the two tables. At the end of the quarterfinals, there'll be one table in the center of the crucible, and that's when it comes into its own. It's like a whole new venue. And I think every player, when they turn professional, their ambition, first of all, is to play at the crucible in the one table situation.
30.
And then the big ambition is to try
31.
and become world champion. He had a look at the red to the left of the pink to see if it's available. If it's not, he can cannon into the pink and reds. We'll find out shortly. It is available. Already 60 ahead, so he only needs one more red. So two very
38.
good frames for Shaun Murphy.
$39.
Yes, those easy misses from Shaun in the
46.
opening frame, well and truly erased now.
47.
Such a fluent player when he gets going.
$53. 54.
Every chance now of making a century
61.
break now that he's developed those two reds. Oh, what a shame.
Shaun Murphy, 61.
No century.
And the frame.
Shaun won't be too concerned about that, but Judd Trump will. That's two in a row for Shaun Murphy with breaks of 68 and 61, and he leads 2 frames to 1. He was away for 3 minutes there, Judd, so quite unusual for him. Let's see if he can. Well, this is a tough shot because there's no colour available. I don't know if he's taken this on. Well, you know he refuses very little. Slight angle, cued perfectly.
Yeah, he cued that a lot more smoothly. As you watch how still he kept his head that time, right through the ball. And straight into the pack. Where's the red going? That's unlucky.
1, Judd Trump. 5, Shaun Murphy.
Well, that's amazing. It wasn't going into the pocket, and then all of a sudden it got a double kiss. Just have a look at the 2 reds here. You know, there's 2 reds running together. Neither's going in the pocket, and all of a sudden, well, that's so unfortunate.
Yeah, but they looked on. They looked like they were always going in that direction, Dennis. Perhaps they should have maybe had a look at the pack to see where the reds were going there.
One.
That's what Hawkeye was looking at, and the plant, well, it seemed to be on there, but whatever way he hit them, it wasn't that plant that he was sending towards. Because he hit the pink and it probably, let's see, yeah, it hit another red. It was heading towards it originally.
Brown
Amazing.
ball.
This is what hurts you at the game of snooker. You know, you
5.
pot a colour, you send the reds all over the table, you've got a chance to win the frame. Something like that happens and you've got to go back to your seat and watch your opponent clear up the balls that you put into the open.
Six.
Played for the blue in the centre pocket, but was hampered there. It was tough to get enough action on the cue ball to bring it back for the blue to the centre. So this is
Blue ball.
a little tester, because he's still hampered a little bit. Got to be careful doesn't touch any reds with his waistcoat. Well, he struck that beautifully.
Well, you were right down the queue of Shaun
11.
Murphy there. Still not easy. Pink and black out of commission at the moment.
12.
He's overscrewed that somewhat. He'd want to get on one of the reds either side of the black just to free a pocket up. Too far for the blue, so just the yellow to get back up again. And immediately he's playing for one of the reds that I mentioned. And he may have left himself on both of them. But the red he
14.
cannoned into has covered the black also, so didn't quite work out. He might be able to leave the black as we show you this screw back again. Watch this cannon here. It just cannons a red and puts it in the way of the black, but I'm not sure, Stephen, can he screw back and leave the black in the same pocket as the red here?
Well, obviously not, Dennis. He's looking at a red to the right centre now. He's a bit unlucky there. Played a good shot from the yellow and to land awkward on both the red to the left corner and the right corner.
See, he's bridging over the other red, but he might be able to pot that and cannon the red to the left of the black as we look at it. Looked to be on from that last picture.
I just wonder if you can play for the pink to the right centre off the red that's over the left corner. It just need a little stun off the side cushion. Perhaps it's too straight for that.
He's back to this one that I mentioned, the one to the right of the black. And he could get himself back onto the black for the same pocket. Even if he didn't cannon that red, if he slipped past it. Anyway, we'll find out in a couple of seconds. Fabulous.
58.
Fabulous shot.
Yeah, you won't see many better positional shots than that in this match. That was an excellent shot.
Two. Three.
Mid-session interval coming up after this frame, and Shaun Murphy all of a sudden has got into his stride. He's had breaks of 68, 61, and he's well on his way here. I like the way Shaun, he sort of stomps around the table when he's buzzing.
31.
He'd love to get rid of this red to the left of the black. It's just making things slightly awkward at the moment. Black's only available to one corner pocket.
38.
This is good stuff from Shaun. After missing those easy balls in the first frame,
39.
he's definitely settled down more than Judd.
Yeah, you don't get to the quarterfinal of the World Championship queuing badly. Okay, he's missed a few, as Judd has, but it's Shaun that's
46.
definitely settled the first of the two players.
47.
So as we keep saying, you play these long matches in little mini sessions. Mid-session interval, as I say, coming up, and Shaun is going to give him that little mini session. 3 frames to 1. He's gone into the 90s putt success rate. Long putts rising as well. He doesn't miss many with the rest, so it's all looking pretty good for the former world champion.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, when you know your opponent's not on it, you've really got to take
53.
advantage in these long matches. Now Shaun,
54.
a surprise if he doesn't go into a 3-1 lead here, and then he'll be looking to push on. Get as big a lead as possible going into the second session.
60.
Yeah, I think Judd will be
61.
heading to the practice room just to free up his cueing arm and knock a few balls in. Be surprised if Shaun heads to the practice table. You want to go to your dressing room with
67.
these thoughts in your mind. You're cueing well, so why bother going to the
68.
practice room?
$75. 76.
We've had 33 centuries so far in this year's World Championship. Shaun's had 4 so far. Almost made 1 in the previous frame. If he gets a little flick here, he might make 1 here. And he's got the
82.
flick. Oh, can you believe it? No century break. But as I say, he won't be too concerned about that. He's flowing now. Shaun Murphy's had breaks of 68, 61, and now that 82. And he'll be pleasantly surprised and feeling good as he goes to the mid-session interval, leading 3-1 for Shaun from that position.
Quietly as possible, please.
But he's handed the initiative to Judd. Even if he can't take this pot on, there's an easy safety.
Yeah, the red to the right corner. You can stun the cue ball into the red it's closest to it and leave some sort of pot in the pink to the right centre, but it wouldn't be an easy pink. So he feels it's not worth a risk. So at least he's showing some patience, Judd, at the moment, which is good.
This first frame after the mid-session interval, a little bit like the opening frame in this quarter-final. A little bit awkward. Well, he needs the green to come to his rescue, and that's not good enough. There's a path through. He might be able to pot both balls. He's got a lot to do with the cue ball, as you can see there. I mean, the first red, the one that's dead straight, if he takes that on, watch the cue action. I think he might be taking the other one to get back down the table. Yeah, he's played it with side, checked the cue ball up there. Right of striking. Yeah, the white would have cannoned into the reds without the side there. This might just tie the black up, so he'll have to concentrate on blue and pink.
9.
Well, he almost missed that red. Potted it into the right side of the pocket, the thick side. Here we see. And that's why he didn't get as high in the blue as he would have liked. He's still okay though.
14.
Can play for pink to right corner or go up for the blue here.
15.
Well, he's finished short. You would think you would err on the side of going too far and give yourself at least a choice of blue or pink. You can just drop this in. That red over the right corner is handy. He's going to have to negotiate a path here. He's left himself quite an angle on this red
21.
to the right left corner.
$22.
No problem being the wrong side of the blue this time with the red over the right corner pocket. Can he
27.
get himself a good angle? In fact, he'd like to get on the blue really in such a way that he could cannon those 5 reds to the left of the pink. That would certainly bring the pink and those reds into play. Pink's in the open at the moment, but he's played to move those reds.
28.
Very attacking shot, and it's paid off. Shaun felt, well, if I take the chance here, I'd be unlucky not to finish on a colour. So that shot tells you that Shaun Murphy is absolutely full of confidence at the moment. Well, and you know what he's like, Stephen. You've played against Shaun. When he gets on a roll like this, he's just so fluent, and he sometimes takes a little bit of stopping.
$33.
Well, he won't be happy with that shot though. Cue ball has travelled about at least a foot too far. So a little bit careless there. But yeah, when he's confident, he, as you said earlier, he walks around the table with a great authority.
Just getting himself out of position on that previous
39.
shot means that he's now faced with a difficult rest shot. He's one of the best in the game using the rest. He's got to find a path between the black and reds, and round 4, pink or blue. And that's all gone wrong. The white's in fact.
Foul. Shaun Murphy.
Just
39.
shows you, even
Judd trump
someone like Shaun, who's cueing terrifically well, if you run slightly out of position, things just snowball, and then all of a sudden this could happen and the break comes to an abrupt end.
One.
Not easy to roll up to a colour, so maybe just play off the yellow, leave the white tight on the cushion and find an awkward spot. Sometimes the cue ball tight in the cushion is just as good as a snooker.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Pushing the yellow safe, which is a little bit of insurance for Shaun Murphy.
Yeah, remove the red.
I was going to get this pot here because looking at the cue ball, it might go around the back of the red. And it may head over towards the yellow here, the natural angle.
One. Shaun Murphy, 1.
He's done it again, Shaun. He was in the balls and he's missed a careless one. Now can Judd capitalise? Because Shaun looked as if he'd settled down, but that's a bad miss. 27 minutes since he potted the ball, and look at the one he's potted. I mean, look where he's put the cue ball. He's not with it at the moment, that's for sure.
No, this was a shocker. He's obviously played to open the black and the 2 reds, but he's hit it all wrong. And since the first frame he was in and he got that kick on the red, and since then he's not had an opportunity around the pink and black, has he? He looked like he was ready to play well at that stage, but since then he's looked very shaky.
Green
He's
ball.
not looked like a contender really at all, has he, in this match?
Judd Trump, 1.
Well, funny enough, knocking the green there helps Shaun Murphy. But he needed to get a good cue ball there. Shaun's got a 36-point advantage. The yellow and green are certainly where he wants them, because if Judd was to get in with the 5 reds, 5 high-valued colours, he would need that yellow and green.
To see if the red above the black pots to the left corner. Doesn't want to catch this thick though. It's okay. I don't think there's a pot that Shaun can play here. He's looking at this red to the left corner. There must be a path, perhaps, in between the black and red, unless he's just gone full-blooded for this pot. Well, he did go full-blooded for it, and he's been in. Well, I thought he'd been a little bit fortunate, but there's a choice of red to either centre pocket here.
One.
Well, he does like to go for his shot, Shaun Murphy, and maybe the fact that the yellow and green were awkward, he thought, I'll have a go at this. If I knock it in, I'll win the frame, but You know, it wasn't easy, and he couldn't avoid the cannon on the black and red. And we know that Judd Trump,
6.
just a few shots can get him up and running, and it can all change rapidly.
7. $12. 13. $19. 20.
At the moment, Judd's not sending the balls into the center of the pocket.
26.
They're just going in off the angles.
$27.
Just gone a little too far on the blue. I think this yellow might just pot now. I think it was moved quite a few shots ago. It looked as if both yellow and green were safe, but that yellow now looks as if it might just drop into the middle pocket. Can he get close to it?
Yeah. 32.
No, I don't know if he's got an angle in the yellow to do anything with the green from this shot, so maybe just dropping this yellow and perhaps leaving a double on the green.
I'll tell you what, across the nap of the cloth, this is quite difficult. He's played it well, and he's left the double, as Stephen said. So all of a sudden, if he gets the double, he could pinch the frame. Oh, it's a treble.
Judd Trump.
Hit that
34.
all wrong. He seemed to straighten it up, maybe because he hit it a little bit too hard. Just straightened the green up. He nearly trebled it. I'll tell you what, he missed that by the proverbial mile. But look what he's done with the blue, and look what he's done with the pink. What a result Shaun's had there. When you miss a pot by that much, you feel as if you're going to leave everything on, but he didn't get near it. But to flick pink and the blue.
3.
He's a left-handed Judd, but even if he gets in behind the blue, it's still going to be difficult.
$7.
He should make sure and get the blue safe. Nothing really to play in behind. Oh, that's a terrible shot. He's hit that so thin,
7.
and he's left an angle on the pink. Well, to pot the blue and come towards the pink. He might even bring the pink into play if he pots this. He's had a result again, Shaun. Look at this. Can you believe it? Tell you what, if you keep missing and keep getting them safe, it doesn't have help. Now, how does he play an easy safety shot here? Under the circumstances, that was an extremely good shot. That's a beauty. It really is. He's hampered slightly. He's got the full length of the table to travel. Not easy to judge this. Just cue slightly past the black. That pink won't pot into the middle pocket. It won't pot into the middle pocket. If he gets close enough, maybe it'll drop in. It's a little bit like the yellow was. Oh, this is a tricky little one, but what a cracking long blue. But this is far from easy. Is it there? Is it there? It was such a tough angle, that.
5.
And what a chance now for Shaun Murphy, but that was a tough shot. And he's got an angle here, as we show you that again. He could get back up off 2 cushions, just where he's leaning over. That's where he wants the cue ball. It's gone a bit wide. He should have been in closer to the black than this. It'll be an anxious second for Judd. This is tough. And it's in. What a cracking pot from Shaun Murphy. Judd took that very, very tricky pink on. It looked in, but it didn't drop. And Shaun Murphy goes further ahead. It's now 4-1 to the Magician.
White as possible, please.
Judd's gone out. Don't blame him, Stephen. That pink, though, was very difficult, wasn't it?
Yeah, it probably looked on the screens like it was an easy pot, but you needed to be right behind it and straight. It's very delicate, but he probably thought if he got it past the pocket, he wouldn't leave it on.
I thought it was in. As soon as he made contact, I thought this is in. And then have a look. Now there, you'd think it's going to drop. Just shows you how tight these middle pockets are. So 8 frames to be played, Stephen, and Shaun's got 4. He's got to be feeling good.
Well, now at least he knows he's going to be, at the very worst, he's going to be level. Going into the second session, he's got 3 more frames to try and get a lead. So he's in a strong position.
While Judd's out, we'll give you a few stats to look at, and you can just see what's been happening in these first 5 frames.
Thank you. Frame 6. Shaun Murphy to break.
Shaun Murphy breaks off in frame 6. And Dennis, you would have to say this is the first real test of Judd Trump in this World Championship. Real test of his character and temperament. 4-1 down. 3 more frames to play in this session. Would love to win 2 of them at least. Good start.
He apologises for that bit of good fortune, but worth another look at this. I mean, how often do you see that happen? And look where the white's gone through the reds. But listen, in the previous frame, Shaun did have quite a bit of good fortune. Yeah, the reason I say that, there was one instance where he took the green on, missed it by a mile, and knocked the blue and the pink safe. So Judd got a good fluke there, but didn't get nicely on the black.
When you're playing these long matches, you're always going to have sessions where you don't play your best, and it's almost like damage limitation. You try and get out with the least amount of damage that you can. So, as I said, Judd would like to win at least 2 of these frames to go. And after the session, 5-3 down wouldn't be a bad result, considering the way he's played.
He's lost the cue action at the moment, Judd. He's a little bit short of confidence. He needs probably an easier red just to get going. He's usually so good at this type of pot, but when you've been kept away from the table and haven't settled, and he didn't get away with it, he's left a long straight red, and he might go through for the black here. That's what I was thinking. Get the black back on its spot. It is a little bit awkward. It's not a good angle on the black. But just have a look at the cue power of Shaun Murphy. Watch this with reverse side. Watch the white spin off this cushion. A little harder would have been better. Right hand striking, when it hits the cushion, it shoots off in the opposite direction. That's why we call it reverse side.
Yeah, there's a little gap between the black and the red that's just below the black. You'll be playing your cue ball through that gap for the black to the right corner. And if he's too hard, he'll still have the pink to the right centre. So this is not too difficult, this positional shot.
Nine.
Played that a lot harder than I thought he was going to play it. Didn't play the cannon in the black, of course.
Yeah, he tried to find the gap that time, didn't he?
Blue ball.
Well, he might have a shot on. The way he's flicked the green, he can pot this and he can screw off the side cushion and get over
14.
behind the black. I'm nearly sure there's a gap there to do that. If he can pot this red and just screw across the first line, he doesn't want to hit the red that I've got the line through, but just somewhere near there he could get himself onto the black. Well, that's in the pocket, is it?
15.
Well, the way he played that, it looked as if he was trying to hold for the blue, maybe the blue pots, but well, whatever he tried, he misjudged it. Oh, what a good shot. It looked as if the goalkeeper was going to keep that one out. And just at the last moment, it dropped in. Just have a look at this. It looked good there. Then it just touches the cushion, stops, and in you go.
Yeah, I was able to play that shot knowing that if he missed a black, it would have been covering the pocket for this red. But it was still an excellent pot. So difficult to play those
22.
when the cue ball's in the jaws of the pocket. And what a good
23.
chance now. And again, could have done another couple inches on the cue ball further up the table. There's more angle in this blue than he would have liked. Gonna have to play some sort of cannon to keep position.
Well, that's a poor shot from Shaun, it has to be said. He needed to hit it with a little bit more pace, and I don't think he got into the red that he wanted to cannon onto.
Shaun Murphy, 28.
Well, this is another long pot that Judd has got to go at. It's a tough one again, and he's a mile off. Might have looked a little bit reckless, but he was playing that white around the angles to leave it safe, but he didn't get anywhere near the pot. I like that shot. He's 27 behind. That's opened the whole game up. And now Shaun Murphy's faced with a very difficult red that sometimes he loves to take on. But, I mean, where's the cue ball going to go if he takes this one on? Yeah, that's a better shot there. Keeping the pressure on. Well, you know, Judd would love to take the one on to the right of the blue, but he's 4-1 behind. He's 27 points behind. That was all right. Left the cue ball near the cushion. He would have been on the blue, so that's why he took this on. He's just trying to make something happen here. That's pretty good. He just wants to get in amongst the balls. You can tell he's itching to. So he's playing some good safety here, but I'm just wondering. No, there can't be a gap through the potting angle of this one, is there? Oh, there might be. There was. Once again, he didn't know where the cue ball was going to finish up, but what a good pot. Now, can he see the green? Can he see enough of the black to clip off it? The red's near the middle pocket. He's in a bit of a hole here, Shaun Murphy. That's what he's faced with, so he would have to get a little bit of swerve to play. He'd like to play off the green, but he'd have to get even more swerve on that. Looking at that red near the middle pocket, even if it was to come off the side cushion, if he hit the yellow full ball, that might be potable. So he's got to really, if he does hit the yellow, he's got to glance off it, but not easy. That's what he's looked at there. So he could do with just
Yellow
flicking the yellow. Now let's see.
Foul,
That's
miss.
close.
Shaun Murphy 1. Judd
I
Trump 4.
think he'll put it back because that red won't cut. Yeah, he's got to get this absolutely spot on. If he hits the yellow full ball, he'll leave the red on. That's exactly what he's got to do. I think I've got the line absolutely right this time, just to hit the yellow on the right-hand side. I mean, if he clipped it on the left-hand side with a bit of pace, he might leave it awkward.
Please. Yellow ball.
That's not bad. That means that the red won't cut, I don't think. There's a long pot on to the left corner. He could do with knocking one of these in. Had a little bit of safety in mind because he was on the yellow, but look where the red's finished up. It will pass the green. He tried that as a shot to nothing, Judd, hoping that if he missed the pot, it would go safe.
Whoa.
We'll take the yellow. It's the easier one to get round for the reds. And another
Yellow.
good chance for Shaun Murphy, who's already 25 in front. Starting to get a little serious now for Judd Trump and his supporters.
3. Four.
One of the things that will be disappointing Judd as well, it's not as if Shaun's been winning every frame in
11.
one visit. Last 2 or 3 frames, it's been winning bits and pieces, 30s, 40s. Judd's had chances, but just can't get into this match.
12.
Highest break of 40 for Judd Trump. That's not the way he's been playing in this World Championship so far. He'll be really disappointed in his performance this morning.
$19.
And again, not the best positional shot by Shaun Murphy. This should have been plain sailing to the end of this frame.
20.
It's a good recovery. Red just squeezes in off the left jaw, but this black is missable.
$27.
Well, they've played each other
28.
on 5 occasions. Shaun has won on 2 of those occasions. The biggest match they played was in 2007 here in the World Championship. It was in round 1 and Shaun won that one 10-6.
35.
One of Judd's victories was in the China Open in 2011, where he beat Shaun 6 frames to 1. But it's Shaun that's dominating this match at the moment. 67 ahead, so the frame
43.
completely safe now. It's been a good morning's work
44.
for Shaun Murphy so far. Just tried a little special shot there because the frame's over. And well, the red nearly went in the middle pocket.
50 and the frame.
So Shaun Murphy, with the aid of that 50 break, goes further ahead now. He leads 5 frames to 1. Well, who would have thought this would be the scoreline? It's quite capable. Either player could be leading 5-1, but not on the where the play has gone. Judd's not really with it yet. We can show you a few of his misses that he normally would knock in, just overcutting that. This was the one where he just cued across it slightly. And this was a tricky one. It looked in there. That would have made a big difference, but it didn't drop. They're tough. Usually he gets those. He's just not got his potting shoes on at the moment.
No, there's no timing in his cue action at all. Everything seems to be hit with too much pace. I know he always likes to really pot the balls in with with great speed, but there's no timing at the moment. And I bet Shaun Murphy would never have dreamed he'd have this comfortable a morning in the first session. Judd Trump's been very impressive so far in this World Championship.
Well, the old magician is waving his wand at the moment.
Frame 7. Judd Trump to break.
He needs a good break-off shot, Judd Trump. He's a bit too close to the blue. That means he can't get over behind the yellow. I'm not sure if he can take the pot on and avoid the cannon on the black. So maybe it'll just be a safety shot. He's looking to see if there's a gap there. And you know what he's like, Shaun. If there's a half chance he'll have a go at it. Didn't try the pot there, I don't think. Well, he's got to do a little bit of work with the cue ball to avoid going into the reds here. And his timing's all wrong, as Stephen was saying. His cue action's not there at the moment. It's very frustrating and confusing for a player. His putt success rate is dropping away, Judd's. And well, there's another 1 frame after this.
This is what I think Shaun Murphy doesn't do enough of from these opportunities, actually win frames from this first visit of a frame.
8.
A lot of the time he makes 30, 40. There's a little bit of a careless positional shot and breaks
9.
down. If he's going to win this World Championship, he needs to win more frames from these first early opportunities. Because he's not always going to get as easy a time as he's getting this morning. He's getting
16.
3 or 4 chances at each frame to win it.
$17.
You could see the topspin and side take effect there. Very delicately played positional shot there.
24.
This will be his
25.
fourth black, and if he opens these reds up, he could give himself a good chance. Just brought another 2 or 3 into play. Didn't crash
32.
into the reds there. Just a slightly awkward angle here to hold for the black.
33.
Might be hampered again now. Well, he's got a terrible
33.
contact
Short
there.
left.
It was an awkward black anyway, but I thought he might have got away with it. Let's have a look at this again. The black straightening up, but this red will go to the middle. It's not an easy one. As I say, he just needs an easy starter, Judd. When he's playing well, cueing well, he knocks those in. Down to 74% now. Well, look at the difference. He's potted almost 100 balls more than Judd. I wonder how many balls you've potted in your long career, Stephen. Keep a count, did you? Well, that is an absolute cracking pot, and he deserves to be on the pink here. All of a sudden, he puts one right in the center of the pocket. That's his best pot by far in this quarterfinal, and he is on the pink. I think when he was getting down straight away to knock it in, now he's had a second look at it, but yeah, plenty of room. Oh, that's a pet hit of all snooker players, to send the cue ball careering into one of the ball colors.
7.
Doesn't half aggravate you. He can get back down the table off the reds to the left. He's looked at that. He's changed his mind. Oh, what was that, Judd?
Your trump 7.
I don't know whether he attempted a pot. It was just It was hit so badly. Well, it must have been an attempt at a pot, and look where he's hit. And not only that, he's flicked the black. Well, that's what he thinks of it. And I've never seen Judd quite like this, Stephen. He's just lost his way at the moment.
One.
Yeah, it's a very disappointing session. To say it's the quarterfinal of the World Championship. And he's not looked like a contender at all this morning. He was being talked up after his first 2 rounds.
6.
To be a potential winner, but on this evidence, in my opinion, he's not.
7.
And if he doesn't halt this soon, he could be staring at a 7-1 deficit going into his second session.
Didn't get a favourable kiss this time.
9.
Show you this again. If the reds split nicely, it would have been end of frame. But it just stuck in the reds there. Yeah, this match continues this evening, where they'll play another 8 frames. Okay, things can turn around, but at least he's still in this frame. He knows if that last cannon had worked out, he'd have been getting himself ready for the next.
Shaun Murphy. 9.
As I say, it's a type of pot we're so used to seeing Judd knock in, but those are so difficult, especially under the circumstances. And when you're struggling, you never seem to get away with it. You always leave the red on that you have a go at. Doesn't need to have to move these reds. They're both available. As he pots the back red of the 2, it would clear the path for the other red into the opposite corner pocket.
7.
In fact, he might even be able to nudge it out of the way here.
8. Shaun Murphy. 8.
Is a shocker. That is a lapse in concentration. Once again, Judd thought that the frame had slipped away from him. And it's things like this that can turn matches around. I mean, it was half in the pocket.
One.
If he can pot this red and get an angle on the blue, he could bring the red and black into play here.
6.
So
7.
a key shot coming up. Got the perfect angle to screw off the blue. Well, he's going to play for the 2 reds by the looks of things.
12.
He's Still got to negotiate that black and red. And he's also got that difficult red that's still on the cushion there. So it's far from easy. Got the angle again to cannon the red and black. He'd be unlucky. It's quite a wide target because I don't think there's enough room to go between them. The old dreaded double kiss. Needed to just get in between the red and black there and would have opened them both up.
Good trump, 18.
Well, he took the chance to bring the black into play, and I'm not sure, he probably tried to develop the brown as well, but the last thing he expected was for the red to go right over the pocket. Let's have a look there. He's freeing the black. A little bit unlucky for it to finish there.
One.
So he needs a colour and one more red. He might drop the blue in and possibly take the double on. He's coming around to have a look at the angle. He could leave the double on and play it in such a way that he could get the cue ball up in the cushion behind the black spot. That was his first thought, and now he's looking at the green. Now he's looking at putting a colour safe. Well, I'll tell you what, I'd prefer to roll the blue and leave the double. It's 26 in front. So he's put the green safe.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Tried to get the snooker. The green's not safe, though, for a left-hander. He's got the snooker. Judd might just try and drop on this red off the back cushion. That looks to be perfect.
Yeah, I think that was a bit ultra cautious of Shaun there, that previous shot.
Well, what's he done here? I mean, he's made a complete... He needs the pink to come to his rescue. He made a complete mess of that. I just think the previous shot, if he rolls the blue in, leaves the double, that was his first thought, and it was the right thought.
But even if he was to drop the blue in and play safe off the red, at least, you know, he could put the cue ball in behind the brown and pink and bring the red into the open, because the snooker that he laid, Judd was never going to leave him a pot. So I think just outthought himself a little bit there, Shaun Murphy. Meanwhile, that's not finished ideal for Judd. The black does pot to the right corner, but not easy to land on the yellow.
Well, listen, if Judd was 5 in front, he'd get down and hammer the blue into the corner pocket finish on the yellow, but he's not. He's 5-1 behind. And he badly needs this frame. He knows that it should have been over long ago. Shaun had a couple of chances in the balls and didn't secure the frame.
I don't know if he was looking at just taking the green away from that cushion and laying a snooker behind the brown and pink there, but this is the right shot. Take the blue on. This is his natural game. Or is he playing safe? That's a good pot. Chose to drop it in, and if he missed it, leave the blue over the corner pocket.
6.
So as you said earlier, Dennis, the green's in a good position for a left-hander.
8.
Needs to pull up a little bit. He's okay, he can stun across. leave the brown for the same pocket. Key ball this.
11.
I think Shaun Murphy has missed a trick here. He's let Judd off the hook. Doesn't want to kiss the blue. Oh, now he's got a bit of work to do. Where's that cue ball going? Wow.
20.
This could be a huge frame in the context of this match.
26.
51 points all. And Judd Trump has won a frame that he thought he'd lost a couple of times. And he's right back in this match. That was an important frame. But he still trails 5-2. Well, there was lots of chances for Shaun Murphy. He was in the balls. Judd, I'm sure, resigned himself to going 6-1 behind. And, well, he missed a few chances early on, Shaun. But then he decided, for some reason, not to take the blue and then play safe on the last red. Or if he rolls the blue in, he can take the double on. He can roll the blue and play a good safety shot. Try to get the snooker, but you must put the green safe or else knock another colour safe. You don't have to snooker him. But this is the shot he played, and he didn't get a good green. I mean, the greens come off the cushion, and for a left-hander, that wasn't safe.
No, and it's an easy snooker for Judd to hit and not leave anything. There was no real positivity about that shot in my mind. It was just, you know, try and outthink yourself to the frame. But Shaun would be disappointed. Even if he leads 5-3, you would say having any lead is good. But if I was out there and seeing how the way Judd's been playing this morning, seeing how negative he's looked in his chair, you'd be wanting to stamp your authority on this match straight away. 6-2 will be a good result for Shaun. He'll be happy with that. But 5-3, although he's ahead, I'd be disappointed. Having seen the way Judd's played his highest break at 40.
Final frame of the session. Shaun Murphy to break.
So Shaun breaks off in this final frame of this session. And it's a huge frame.
And straight away, it's a huge opening red that Judd's looking at. Okay, tried to get the white down the table, but how hard did he hit that?
Yeah, he's not keeping as still as he normally does on those shots. They always look worse though when you miss those shots. If he'd potted it, we would never have said how hard he's hit it, but when the balls are careering all over the table, it always looks worse. But if Judd can get with this 5-3, he's had a major result in this session, and he can put some work in this afternoon on the table, get that timing back, and come back tonight feeling really positive.
Well, he's tried to pot that and he's made a complete mess of it. Let's have a look at this. Left an easy starter for Shaun. And in a couple of shots time, if he can get up to the black. Okay, it's not available at the moment, but the reds either side of the black are available. You'll already be thinking about that. Not a lot wrong with taking the yellow, leaving that red to the right of the bunch. And then he can take red onto the blue, and then if he wants to, he can go straight into the pink and reds.
3. Shaun Murphy.
Well,
3.
now losing that last frame has affected Shaun, you would say, looking at that putt. He didn't cue this very well. Never even got it in the jaws. He knows he threw the last frame away.
One.
Tricky little black. Just looking at the natural angle, he might go between those two reds. He's got to be a bit careful here. It's not a lot of use at the moment because it's finished rather awkward.
8.
And if he's a right-hander, he could pot this into the left corner and maybe cannon the one next to the black. He's pretty good with his right hand, and he is switching hands. And that's pretty good. Good shot. So he's obviously very good with his opposite hand. Oh, his timing's still not quite there, though. Overscrewed that somewhat.
16.
That's the only problem with these very, very lively and fine cloths. If your timing's not right, this is the sort of thing that you can do here. Another right-handed shot. Playing better with his right hand.
17.
You see the plant that Judd Trump is eyeing up. It's going to be forced with a difficult red up into the green
19.
pocket. Wouldn't be leaving much. I think this is the only red he can leave should he miss it, so not as much pressure on this.
Judd Trump.
couldn't do much else there. He's just put himself in a little bit of trouble, Shaun. Easy for Judd to play off this red and gain the slight advantage in the safety battle. The yellow will be his target now with the safety. Looks pretty good to me. Looks very good.
Yeah, you'd probably say that some of Judd's safety shots have been some of his best plays today. And it's not often you would say that about Judd Trump.
Foul, miss. Judd Trump, 4.
Surprised Judd didn't come around and have a little look at that red. Might have been able to take it on into the left corner, screw back for the blue. There's the safety success rate. Judd was ahead of Shaun Murphy at the start of this, or the early part of this quarter-final. Yeah, when Shaun didn't reach the red, Judd just stayed in the seat, put it back. I thought he should have maybe just come and had a look at it. That's where they finished there. All the reds are safe. He's a left-hander. I've seen Judd knock those into the left corner, and he could have played for the blue. Bit of a free shot, but he didn't even bother having a look. Well, let's put it this way. If I could pop the way Judd Trump pots, I'd been having a look at it. But as you mentioned, Stephen, if he can get out of this session just 5-3 behind, I mean, it might seem a strange thing to say, but overall, he'd be delighted.
Yeah, and as I was saying earlier about the damage limitation, that's something that comes with experience. Playing here at the Crucible is knowing you're not going to play your best every session, but seeing what you can get out of each session. Doesn't want this cue ball to bounce. Don't know if the blues come to his rescue for this red to the left corner. Yep, there you see it.
Now, is there a path past the blue this time? Once again, the camera shows you there isn't. Well, that's knocked the yellow into a safe spot, so there's no safety zone behind the yellow now. He does like to take this type of shot on, Shaun. Let's see if he can knock it in. He's so good at that type of shot. He really is. One of the best I've ever seen. Ricky Walden, who's in the quarter-final. Ricky from Chester is equally as good at that type of shot. Long putt success rate, 76%. Judd way down at 43%. Well, that's turned out nice. He knew this red was available. That was a well-judged cannon there. And he can leave himself on the black here. And he's got
7.
Plenty of reds available. Now can he keep close control of that cue ball? A few of the frames he's looked
14.
very good, but a few of the frames he's broken down when he gets to 30, runs out of position.
Yeah, looking to leave an angle here to cannon
15.
into the bunch of 4 reds and leave himself on this red to the left corner. He hasn't quite come far enough to make it an easy shot. That's well played though.
22.
No, you would have to say Shaun has got to go ahead and take this final frame of the session.
Yeah, he'd be absolutely delighted if someone had to give him 6-2.
30.
At 5 minutes to 10 this morning, he would have taken it. But, you know, having said that, he could have been 6-1 up. But 6-2 against one of the favourites would be a terrific result. Judd wasn't at the races for a lot of this session. Just had lost his cue action, lost his timing. Just 78% putt success rate for probably the greatest putter we've ever had in the game.
38.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I think a nice session on the practice table this afternoon for Judd Trump is called
39.
for. To get his time and his confidence. Certainly if he wants to still be a contender for this World Championship.
Well, it's not quite 6-2 just yet.
46. 47.
34 the difference.
54. 55.
Now, which red does he play for? The easiest one is the one, the left side of the table. It's away from the cushion. Or does he leave the one along the cushion behind the black? It's the one that's away from the cushion. 40 ahead. This and the black
60.
would be enough. He's got very little to do with this. Just push the cue through. The white will come off the cushion and leave himself nicely on the black.
$61.
But a good morning's work for Shaun Murphy. A lot of the frames he needed 3 or 4 bites of the cherry to get over the line in, but he says 6-2
68.
is a nice lead.
Yeah, not a good morning's
69.
work for Judd Trump. 8 frames played and his highest break 40. Who would have thought that would have been the scenario? No century break so far in this quarter-final.
76.
Shaun Murphy has had the highest break, 82, but he also had a 68, 61 and a 50.
Shaun Murphy,
Doesn't matter about the red, so overall, I'm sure Shaun Murphy will be delighted. Judd Trump, well, as Stephen Hendry said, he'll have to head to the practice table. Players will be back this evening. Shaun Murphy will be delighted to be leading Judd Trump 6 frames to 2. Right, we'll be back at 2:30, and well, you won't want to match or miss that match even. It's the Rocket Ronnie.
Quiet as possible, please.
To say the atmosphere is fantastic again, John, and Judd's one of these players that the people love to come to see. Will they see him this evening?
Yes, he'll certainly need to step it up. That's right, Dennis. This morning it was a bit of a shocker, really, if all told. Didn't look at all at ease out there. Had that 40 break and then only had a 34 and a 33, so hopefully tonight's atmosphere, new crowd in, playing this evening, knows exactly what he's got to do. Knock balls like that in the middle is a good start.
Five.
Got a slight angle here so he can get out for the black.
6.
Could have done with it coming back a little bit further. This is a thin snick now. And he's got to keep his eye on the pot if he's using the reds to stop the cue ball. And
Judd Trump,
fortunately
6.
for Judd, he slipped past the reds, and even if he had a pot at the black, that was all he was going to score. Might take this on as a free pot, really. The black's over the pocket. It's a thin snick, but a little bit awkward with the bridge hand there in the middle pocket. No attempt at the pot there.
Judd's just having a look at the pack there. He just doesn't know what he's found out. Red onto a couple that's lined up towards the corner. Well, it's not without a chance, this. In fact, it's a pretty good chance.
If this goes in, Shaun Murphy, well, how will he feel? Oh, close. Shaun never even looked in the pack there.
No, he didn't. That would have been a sickener for him. But it might just be one of those occasions where actually not seeing it's worked in his favour. If he can knock this long red in, the black is waiting over the hole, and there's not many better cue actions than this one coming up.
Bullet-like cue action. One of the best in the business at that type of shot.
I just feel as if it's very important for Shaun to maintain concentration levels. It's the one thing for me that's holding him back from being a consistent or more consistent winner on the circuit. You can see from that cue action he's got all the shots. Just occasionally loses a bit of focus. He's got to maintain that, keep the pressure on. See him just snick the black in there to play into the reds. It's not turned out too badly. He's just got to keep that focus going, not miss anything soft.
9.
Well, he's on the pink. It's a little bit awkward striking, but yeah, I'm with you, JP. What Shaun tends to do, he gets to 40 or 50, and then all of a sudden he'll miss a careless one, and that is all down to his concentration. But he's got to keep the pressure on his young opponent here.
And keeping the pressure on. Exactly what he wants, and what a chance he's got to do it. These are absolutely lovely.
16.
What a great way to ease yourself into the evening session and try and pull into a 5-frame lead. If you were practicing with these, you'd be very disappointed not to clear up or go close to getting over the winning line, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's the sort of way you'd set them up for a little practice around the
22.
pink and black. Spread the reds out, see how many you can make.
23.
Well, he got the first chance, but didn't quite get on the black as he wanted and missed that cutback. Might be the only chance he gets in this frame.
30. 31. 38. 39.
Just played a lovely little cannon there, flicked the red out the way.
45.
Taking these really well so far.
46.
So important just to win that frame in one visit. Keep the pressure on Judd.
I mean, his breaks, he started in frame 2, he had a 68, then he had a 61, then he had an 82.
53.
Then he had 50, 76 in the last frame of the morning session.
54.
So that was very, very consistent. But in between all that, Judd just couldn't get going. I'd never seen Judd perform so poorly, and he just had lost his cue action at one stage.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier, Dennis. I think it's key to Shaun's progress in this tournament and so well in this match first
60.
is to make sure those 50 breaks or 40 breaks become 70. You know, if you
61.
win frames in one visit, changes the scoreline quickly, but it stops any counter clearances as well. You don't lose any frames that hurt. But this is very impressive so far. Cued these beautifully.
68. 69.
The only thing that was missing from Shaun's play this morning was a century break.
76.
82 was the highest.
77.
Be difficult to make a century here. He's already
82.
made 4 in this year's World Championship. Well, that's
83.
brought the red into play. That gives him a chance now to compile the century. We've had 36 centuries so far
90.
this year. But what a start for
91.
Shaun Murphy. And just watch the cue power here. A screw back with reverse side. Now watch the white as it hits the cushion. I think he got a kick there because look where the white's finished.
Shaun Murphy, 91.
No century break, but what a start from Shaun Murphy. Judd made one mistake, and that was it. Shaun Murphy with that break of 91 extends his lead. It's now 7-2.
Well, these two players have met 5 times since 2007. Their first match was here when Shaun Murphy beat Judd Trump by 10 frames to 6. Although their last meeting was in the semi-final of the China Open in 2011 when Judd beat Shaun Murphy by 6 frames to 1. What's interesting about that graphic is that the one stat that's not on there is the fact that Shaun Murphy has won a world title, Judd Trump hasn't, and perhaps that's what you're seeing in this match so far.
Well, I think coming into the championship, I think it's sort of when you've already won the championship, it does take the pressure off you a little bit. He's already had his hands on the trophy, and when you're going into matches like this, sometimes that can relax you because you think about the times that you're not under pressure to get your hands on it for the first time, just like Judd Trump is. He almost did a couple of years ago, but Higgins managed to beat him in the final. So the fact that Murphy has been there, done it, and he's lifted the cup at the end of like the 17 days, it does give you that little bit extra confidence. But I mean, I haven't seen him play as well like this for a long, long time. I mean, he's had about 6 or 7 breaks, over 50 in this match already, and he's only 7-2 up. So it's prolific scoring from Shaun Murphy.
In case people have been out at work all day, when we started the programme at 10 o'clock this morning, what was really interesting was both players looked really edgy, really, really nervous in the first frame.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's always that first frame, it's trying to get off the mark and set yourself off on a good footing. And Judd Trump didn't do that, and he was playing sort of catch-up ever since. He looked very, very edgy. And Shaun Murphy has been capitalising on every little mistake that Judd Trump has been letting him in, and we saw a great example of that there.
Big frame coming up.
Thank you, boys. Yeah, very important for Shaun Murphy to keep the pressure on, and extremely important for Judd Trump to get involved in this match. He's being outplayed, and he really isn't anywhere near the top of his game, so he's got to find it from somewhere.
Could do with this one in. That's better. That's a bit more like Judd Trump.
1.
That's the type of shot he wasn't getting anywhere near this morning. So first chance falls to Judd again. Look at that long putt success rate. Judd down at 47%. Who would have thought that before this match started?
6.
Meanwhile, he's just let the white run a little bit too far there for the red above the black. And that's what can happen. You see, he's just not got the position there at the moment, JP.
No, and he's having to force things and rely on a little bit of luck as well, because he's just not quite pinpoint with his positional play. So these are the things that happen. He's struggling a little bit at the minute. There we go. Mentioned that high break of 40. And when you are, they always seem to run a little bit awkward.
Green ball. Trump 7.
A big round of applause, but that might help things. There's no way Judd. He was just trying to hit the green to drop in behind the brown. What a bonus that was. Shaun's got a. We'll just show you that again. It's just a matter of hit the green, and if you could judge that type of shot, you'd be nobody in the game would beat you.
Yes, and of course the shot he's played previously, where he's scattered the reds out, has made this much more difficult for Shaun to get safe. The one red behind the black is the one he'll play on round the angles, but he might have a few goes at this before he gets it right.
Well, he might have stuck the red up if it bounces.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump 4.
Judd stood up, but doesn't like the angle. So it's up to Shaun to try and readjust. If he slips past the red anywhere, he's going to leave it on. So he's got to be very careful here. Colin Humphreys just getting, well, he's changed. He's gone the other way around. I thought his first choice was pretty good. He's going the other side of the table now. It's the same thing, only maybe he feels he can judge it better this way. I think his first way was a much better choice. Look, he stuck the red up.
Yeah.
Foul and a miss.
Well, if you see where the red's
Judd,
positioned
4.
to the right-hand side of the black, it's surely got to be better coming in the other way. You're absolutely virtually guaranteed to stick it up playing the other way. Strange choice of shot, that.
1.
Well, he'll not get a better chance than this to get himself up and running in this quarter-final.
6.
Yes,
7.
and like I mentioned, Shaun in the last frame, not to score heavily, to keep the pressure on. Judd has got to score here. He's got to make a frame-winning contribution sooner rather than later. Let his opponent know he's still here.
Twelve. 13.
He had to run the cue ball close to the cushion to get the correct side of the blue. Obviously there's a red in the middle of that little
18.
bunch that goes. There you see it.
No, you don't.
19. 24. 25.
Cueing a lot better at the minute. Never really got any fluency this morning, as you say. Lost his cue action, lost his rhythm in amongst the balls. This looks a lot better.
30.
You'd be really panicking, Dennis, wouldn't you, if it was the first to 10 in the first round? But you know, 7-2, okay, it's not great, but when you know it's first to 13, you've still got a bit of
31.
leeway.
Especially when you play the game the way Judd does. He's still well in this, but he needs a good start here. I mean, when this young player gets going, he can reel off 3 or 4 frames in no time at all.
38. 39.
Well, when he pots the black, believe it or not, it's going to be his highest break in this match. .61 in front.
46. 47.
Now, screw shot off the cushion here. What you've got to guard against, the one loose red that's there, you don't snooker yourself behind it. So it'll be a little bit on the hard side. There you go. Make sure he screwed past the red.
54.
Taking these very well. Very well indeed.
55.
Judd Trump has made 59
62.
centuries this season. He made 45
63.
last season, JP.
I mean, it's a phenomenal total. And when you look at that, Dennis, you think, why hasn't he won more tournaments? You know, you see somebody's making that amount of centuries, you think to yourself, well, you He'd have to be in the winner's enclosure a little bit more. He did win an event, but you think he'd be winning a few more, making that amount of centuries.
71. $77. 78.
I'll tell you what, the opening frame lasted nearly 40 minutes. We haven't been
84.
going 20 minutes in the second frame's virtually over.
85.
If he makes the century,
91.
it will be his 6th of this year's World Championship and the 36th, but it's going to be
93.
tough. Can't see him knocking this in and get it on the brown, but he's starting to cue well. He might. Unlucky.
Judd Trump, 93.
No century break, but that's a bit more like it. He badly needed that, and he did it in style. Shaun Murphy made a mistake getting out of a snooker, and Judd knocked in a 93 break.
You can hear the relief of all those Judd Trump fans in the Crucible tonight, and there are lots of them. Judd winning that. Let's just show you what's happening over on the other table. Barry Hawkins taking on Ding Junhui. He was leading 5-3 after the first session. This is the first frame of the second session. And what a start, Ken, for Barry Hawkins.
Very good start. I mean, this guy has been such a consistent performer over the last 12 or even 18 months. Won that tournament down at the Australian Open. He certainly won't be afraid of it, you know, and he's not going to bottle it. I mean, Ding is going to have to up his game. Ding is a much better probably scorer than Barry Hawkins, but Barry Hawkins is one of those players that's so consistent in almost every part of the game. You know, the safety, the potting, and of course the break building as well. So Ding is going to have to really produce the goods if he's going to try and, you know, get back into this match and hopefully, for his sake, to try and win it. But he's up against a tough player in Barry Hawkins.
The other thing that is quite interesting about Barry Hawkins, obviously he's working with Terry Griffiths now, is that the concentration you saw when he was playing Mark Selby, when he was punching the air.
Yeah.
He seems as if he's in the zone.
Yeah, he's normally a very laid-back type of character, you know, very quiet and unassuming type of person. So to see that sort of release, you could tell how much it sort of meant to him. And lovely pictures when he did win that match. But yeah, normally he goes about the business, very quiet, you know, very unassuming type of character, but he's one of those silent assassin types.
I just want to remind you, if you want to continue watching Ding taking on Barry Hawkins, it's available via the BBC Sport website. We are concentrating here live on BBC Two on Judd Trump v Shaun Murphy. It's back to the boys.
Thank you, Jason. Shaun just coming around to have a look. If he takes the pot on, could he leave himself on the black? If he could, it's worth a go, because the one he's taking on would be the only one he could leave.
One absolutely fabulous pot. Well, this is developing into an excellent session. Two players really on fire. Long game's good. There's been 3 excellent long pots already. Good stuff.
When you've got a 6-2 lead, John, you go out there and you think, if I just keep sharing the sessions, I'm going to get through. Everything else would be a bonus.
Yeah, absolutely. As long as you're not losing any, that's it. You know, you're going to get there. It's got, call it nursing a lead, I suppose, but at the same time, you're trying to win every frame you play. But it's just, if you do manage not to lose one of those mini sessions, you know you're going to win.
Well, Judd missed a similar shot to this. Shaun played it similar to the way Judd played his. He slipped off the reds because he didn't get on the black as he intended. That can always happen there. I don't know if this red passes the bunch. It must be very tight. Well, there's not even half a pocket. He's looking, but I can't see that going.
Well, he'd be very disappointed to have lost the white in that situation after a couple of shots. Cracking long red, and where the balls were, you're thinking there was a few coming, but to have lost the cue ball after only a couple of shots, he'd be very disappointed.
Shaun Murphy, 16.
The black going where it's gone there has enabled Judd, if he wants to play the red push up and down here, it's pretty simple for him, because obviously the red that's near the back of the black spot doesn't pot now. So pretty simple shot just to play the old Cliff Thorburn dump, Dennis.
Yeah, send the red up the table, leave the white down this side. The only problem, if he doesn't get it absolutely right, the one near the black spot will cut past the black. And he's studying this, and I don't blame him. I don't know if the green's in the way just to come off the side cushion and nestle into the bunch. He's thought about that. And if he can't see a good safety, yeah, he's coming off the other side cushion to go into the bunch.
I'd certainly be playing off this red. There's no doubt about it. Sort of quarter ball. Making sure I move it out of a potable position, because if you don't get the cue ball good, you can leave it on. And it's a good white.
That's a good return. It really is. He was ahead in the safety success department earlier in this match, but as you can see, Shaun's just 1% ahead, and Judd has improved in his tactical side of the game.
That's not too bad either. Good stuff at the moment. Both players tapping the table, appreciation of each other's shots there. And if he comes off the side of the pack, the black is looking like a big ball. Got to be very careful here not to make contact with that. And he could hit the back one, so wasn't quite the same danger with it, but he hasn't got the cue ball down onto the ball cushion this time.
He had a look to see if the pink would go, but he hasn't really. Has he got an angle to be able to take this pot on into the left corner? The pink would go, but that's. I don't think he could screw onto the pink, so it's just a safety shot. Needed the white near the brown to be able to take that on. Oh, did he see a plant? Did he spot a plant? Maybe he was looking at the plant. He must have been 100% certain, otherwise he'd have left himself on a balk colour.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more. I mean, if you think it's there, you know, why would you play for the ball cushion? So it's obvious that it was one that was maybe. And these are tough just to get right in behind.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Well, it'll do.
Yeah, he's not tight enough into the green, though. There is an escape route to those reds that are near the black spot. He's gone twice across the table. He could get off one cushion in there. That's sliding. Is he going to reach? Yep, well done.
Once again, excellent length on the cue ball, just making it more difficult for the cueing. Plays off the red on the side cushion here. The black again is, if he plays the back one, you've got to be careful not to chip a red over the corner pocket. If you play the one that's further up, you could hit the black. So it's the back one. Don't knock one over the hole. That's the problem.
Well, you could say these players have got the pace of the table, because with every safety shot, they're finding that ball cushion. Just coming up to 3 hours, and I mean, this evening's been superb. 91, 93. 2 frame-winning breaks, one from either player.
Yeah, he's got a shot on Shaun here, I think, where he can push one up and down. As I mentioned earlier, leave the white on the top cushion here, because neither of those reds by the black spot are going to pot. So if you can push one up and down, leave the cue ball up here.
That's what you call a containing safety. There was no way back up to the bulk area there. Can just flick off the reds. Well, he's looking at that red into the middle pocket. I think he quickly forget about that. Can slide off the reds near the pink there and just head up past the yellow. Don't want to be hitting the yellow. That's a bit careless. He's left a pot on now.
Yes, that was one of those situations where he kept thinking and thinking, and in the end didn't do anything. Anywhere down in that area of the yellow pocket and the jaws round there would have been pretty good. But he's probably slightly overthought that one and forgot about the cue ball there. Left Shaun a big shot.
Well, another Shaun Murphy special. That's why they call him the magician. There's the length of the pot that he took on, and right in the center of the pocket.
Just coming around to look, he's got to get the gap between blue and pink here, with the red on the left-hand side. So nothing fancy, stun shot off the brown. Just make sure you're in that area that you can get between blue and pink.
He marches around the table, Shaun, doesn't he, when he's flowing? He just... John Virgo, our good friend JV, he was more of a stomper. He used to stomp around the table.
Well, I don't know whether he's got on that red. He's got to change his plan here. Slightly overstun that one, so this one will go instead. And he's lost the white. He'll be kicking himself. He really will. To pop that opening long red and then to play such a poor shot off the brown. Not to be on that red on the left-hand side. Well, he will be kicking himself. All he can do is drop on this black now.
Need to be a little bit careful. He might need the extended spider to reach over both reds.
Yeah, I think he's just asked for the swan neck.
Yeah, they've got all sorts underneath the table these days. Swan necks, extended spider, spider, extension for the spider. Why do they call it a swan neck, John? Is that because the head looks like it?
Fully enough, because it looks like a swan, yeah.
Maybe, well, maybe feels that the little V is not. Maybe he feels the cue's just. Yeah, it's moving around in that. It's not a proper V, that, by the looks of things. Remember years
Shaun
ago,
Murphy,
before they
6.
put the V in it, if you push the cue through, you got the cue stuck in it.
Yeah, looking at that, doesn't look like that's got a V in it at all, does it, that one? But anyway, he's managed to negotiate it.
Might be in trouble in behind the black, though. Well, what a situation he's left himself in here. It was just the way he played the black with that swan neck. It just brought the black away from the cushion.
See, this situation, Dennis, has all come because of the stun on the brown. If he stuns the brown off and plays in that massive area between blue and pink, which is nearly impossible not to be on the red, he pots the red, he's on the black, and he's in the middle of a break. And that one shot, it just goes to show you need to concentrate on every single ball.
Well, he's been thinking about it for a minute and 14 seconds and counting. And there's nothing he can drop onto. He's going to need a bit of good fortune here. I mean, to judge it when you're so close to the cushion is tough enough. He'd be hoping just to glance off one of these reds and somehow get the white up the table. But is he going to play dead weight onto it? That's risky as well. Oh, this will be a good escape if he just lands on that end red. It's not a bad effort. I'll tell you what, he's judged that pretty well. I don't know if the red to the right of the blue pots. I think you can see enough of that, but I don't think it goes up past the blue, does it? Yeah, there's loads of room. Yeah.
It was good thinking from Shaun, though, that. It really was. At least he made him make a pot. Didn't leave anything easy for him. Played in an area there where he's saying, OK, I might leave the red, but it's better than just smashing them everywhere and sticking you in amongst the balls. So it's paid off.
I wonder if Shaun, has he got a gap back down the table? Can he cut one in the corner? Can he get in behind the black? He's in the pocket, is he? Oh, what a good effort.
Yes, I think maybe more than a good effort. Just maybe only the red by the blue you can see. Good shot anyway. Great try to get in behind. I do think he can clip it, but what's he going to do with it?
Foul, miss. Shaun Murphy, 4.
At that pace, it's such a difficult shot to just clip that red. We know he could just see the edge of it, but at that pace.
And this is quite a difficult cue ball to reposition, isn't it? Get this absolutely correct is tough. Obviously the players in this game, Dennis, it's what we respect them for. They know exactly when they get down, but It's not easy for the referee here to get it absolutely right.
Yeah, Shaun's quite happy. He's not going to move out of his seat now. Dead weight is so tough to just clip this. Could hit the blue even. It must be drifting slightly, but I mean,
Shaun Murphy 4.
it possibly could. To expect it to run that true is asking a bit much. The thing is, if he readjusts, Judd, he could finish up hitting the blue.
Yeah, I do think this is moving a little bit to the right, but it's one of those ones, as you say, you readjust it. Next time you play it and say, oh, aim's nearly to hit the blue. Next time it goes dead straight and you hit the blue. So it's a tricky little shot, this.
Slightly back.
Third time lucky.
Foul, a miss.
Fourth time
Shaun
lucky.
Murphy 4.
He'd rather give away a few points than just stick Shaun in the balls, but he's already 35 behind.
I mean, he really is trying to hit something that's just sticking its nose out. Really is difficult.
Yeah.
He's got it in the end. But LeBron hasn't come to his rescue. This red will cut in the middle. That was just too difficult, wasn't it, JP, to get away with this one?
Yeah, I think he's done marvellously well just to hit it. I mean, it must have been tough to have 3 goes and only get it on the 4th one there. And this shot coming up for Shaun Murphy, this is all about knocking the ball in, nothing else. Don't know where the cue ball's going to go, just make sure you birdie the red.
Well, he didn't make sure of potting the red.
One.
That's the first pot for 20 minutes for Judd Trump. But I tell you what, there's a few more to come.
Well, that'll do. Nice kiss.
8.
Couple of reds available. Pink, black and blue. All in good areas.
9.
And very quickly, he can be getting himself right back in this match. We're 7-2 down, made a break at 93. And if he can make a frame-winning contribution here, certainly changes the scoreline quickly.
Well, what was he playing there? He was playing a cannon, and he's got the cannon, but not
14.
as he intended. Okay, might still be okay. He was just playing a cannon into the reds there. Where's that cue ball?
Foul.
Amazing.
14. Judd Trump.
All because of the
Shaun
careless little cannon he played on the red. A cue ball, with it being a thin cut here, was flying across the table. A little bit careless to go in the pocket with it. Well, a great chance now for Shaun Murphy to open up that 5-frame advantage again. What a turning point that could be, John.
Dennis, it's amazing. Shaun was in early in this frame, lost the cue ball after a couple of shots. And Judd's just had his chance. Can't complain. Once again, though, I mean, on a red, and he'll be playing it with the rest, but definitely didn't play on it.
5.
Just looking to see if he plays a little stun over. just inside the two reds. I think both of those reds will pot anyway. No need to play a cannon on them.
Six.
Both reds were potable. He was just trying to use them there as a stopper for the pink.
Yeah, he see a better angle than me when I'm in the com box, that's for sure. Played that beautifully. Really did strike that well round the angles.
12.
So just got to mind his work. 3 reds in the open.
13.
3 colours, that'll do him.
Yeah, it's still very early in this match, but that
18.
missed by Judd when he got slightly out of position and then finished up going in off. Could be
19.
one of those mini turning points. He could have got back to just 3 behind.
$26.
Tell you what, he's making hard work of this.
It's a bit late to be looking at the scoreboard. Should have looked at the scoreboard before his last shot. And that's awkward. I mean, he's one of the best in the business using the rest, but the blue's in the way. It's just hampering him slightly here. This tricky little red to secure the frame. Not happy with it. He's very close to the blue with the rest there.
Well, with it being virtually game ball, he's got to take this on. Doesn't have to do anything with the cue ball. I know it's very awkward and, well, don't like this one, putting the rest in the middle, but maybe he can't cue it. But as I say, that's why I said he's making hard work of it. I knew as soon as the cue ball finished there, he was going to be in trouble.
And using the spider, you're striking down on it. You can get a little bit of side on that cue ball, and it makes this pot, well, at least 5 times more difficult than it would have been with the normal rest.
Yep. Main thing with this is don't hit it hard. Nice and smooth. Just let the red have a good chance of going in the pocket. I'm
Shaun
surprised
Murphy,
he played at that
26.
pace. I really am. Just makes the pot so much difficult because you're hitting down on it. Okay, he didn't hit it over hard, but it's one of those ones you really want to try and drop in.
Well, you'd still say he's favourite for the frame because Judd can only tie at the moment, so he's got to get on the black here. Didn't even attempt that, but what a careless shot he's just played. No ball in the way this time when using the rest, and Judd sits down and he knows if this red goes in, it's the end of frame. Right in the middle of the pocket. So Shaun Murphy is going to open up that 5-frame advantage again.
8.
And that's where we leave our live coverage here on BBC Two, but you can continue watching this match on the red button, and both this tie and the Ding Junhui v Barry Hawkins match, where it's currently 6-3 to Hawkins, are available via the BBC Sport website. I'll be back at 11:20 tonight here on BBC Two with highlights of tonight's matches. Do join me, but for now...
Out of position, played a cannon on 2 reds, and Then he had to cut a red into the pocket. You know, he forgot about the cue ball here. He concentrated so much on clipping the red in, but I mean, I suppose it's a bit of a schoolboy error to let the white go anywhere near the middle pocket there.
Yeah, he just hasn't had the cue ball a couple of frames this evening, and well, in fairness, neither Shaun in a couple of the frames. First couple were great, but a little bit scrappy in the last one. Both had chances each, so can't really complain.
One more frame before the mid-session interval, and Judd could do with it badly.
Yeah, we talked about nursing the lead, Dennis. You know, Shaun coming out with that 6-2 lead. Well, he's won 2 out of the first 3. Knows full well that Judd hasn't made any inroads, even if he loses his frame, but this will be a bonus if he can win this one.
Frame 12. Shaun Murphy to break.
They seem to be finding it very difficult off the break-off to get that white over behind the yellow or over behind the green, depending on which side you break off, and keep leaving this pot on. White needs to pull up, needs to slow down for Judd, and it hasn't. Just that couple of inches there has made such a difference.
Judd trump. 1.
Good hit, but Judd will take this on.
Yeah, they're funny little shots to judge. Sent it straight into the cushion. Okay, he's covered the red. I'm just wondering if this one will pot into the right middle pocket. Yeah, when you're that close to them, it's just difficult to pick the angle out. Well, he has had a look at the middle pocket. He's now looking at the corner pocket. Does the pink go? He was on the blue. It was a good effort, but this is a much better chance now for Judd.
One. Brown ball. Five.
Needs a good angle now because all those reds are covering each other. Well, they're not covering each other now. The only problem is when you play to split the reds, when potting a red, you're relying on a little bit of good fortune, and I think he can maybe just get through to the blue. Bit of pressure on this one, JP.
May take the yellow, Dennis.
Pink
Well,
ball.
in fact, you can see the pink. Didn't think he'd get back. Past that one. Thin clip, this. It's there. Great shot. Didn't think that was on.
It really was an aggressive shot when he potted the red and scattered the reds all over the place. I suppose he deserved a little bit of good fortune. The fact that he even thought about taking the shot on. Oh, look at this. If he, oh, he's caught the black.
13.
He played that. It was like a banana type shot to swing it around the back of the black. It's a bit like a trick shot. Misjudged it. Well, this is a tricky one to cut it back past the red. Great shot.
Brilliant shot.
20.
Do you think he's going for it here, Dennis?
Judd Trump.
Hangs
20.
his head after doing all the hard work. He's missed one that he normally would knock in. And now he's got to go back to his seat and see how many Shaun Murphy's going to knock in. He's opened all these balls up, and Shaun Murphy, if he can get one good starter here. It wasn't a gimme, that cutting it back in the middle pocket, but...
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, Dan, one good show of cueing again here from Shaun. Another big shot coming up. Oh, mistake.
Big mistake. Already 21 in front as we show you that attempt at the long pot. Right, the chance is there now for Judd to go to the mid-session interval. Still 4 behind.
Eight. Nine. Fourteen. $15.
Yeah, Judd will be trying to get position fairly quickly down the left-hand side of the table. Those 4 reds in the line, they really are like a practice session. They've been put there by hand. So anywhere down there is good. May choose to play on... Well, he could play on the loose one that's near the pink spot first. But no, straight down to that area. I mean, it's a massive area to play into. You've got to be on one of them.
17.
Yeah, take your pick.
18.
He could have left himself a slightly better angle on the black here. Yeah, he wanted a much better angle than this. Just means he's got to play that one near the pink spot into the
25.
middle pocket, and you've got to try and keep them as easy as possible for yourself.
26. $33. 34.
Just the blue and one more red would be enough. He's got to avoid those colours on the balk line, which he has done. Might be hampered slightly with the brown here, though. He might
39.
need the spider. He only needs this red. He's having a look at the other reds, but there's nothing there, so it will be. Well, he's changing hands here. He's very, very good with his right hand. He's changing hands, bridging over the brown. He can do it with the little extension. He's very, very good with his opposite hand, Judd. But not quite good enough.
39.
He's got the extension on his cue. He's playing with his opposite hand.
One.
He doesn't want it behind the brown. Worst result. So, I think he can see the blue. Yep, when he's walking around, he's going to play the stun run through on the blue. Good cueing required again. You'd hope to have been playing an easier pink than this. No.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Well, that is it now. Honours will be shared, 2 frames each.
1.
I think the interval's coming at a good time for Shaun. He's just lost his focus again.
6.
Missed a few balls, a couple of chances.
7.
No great damage done. He started 4 frames in front, and he's going to be 4 frames in front at the interval. But go away, have a cup of tea, regroup, back out again. And as for Judd, well, he'll be delighted just to have won this frame, and then he'll be the 4 behind. There's plenty more snooker left in this match.
Exhibition shot from Judd here. Pot the red. Try and move the other red. No red disappears.
12 and the frame.
But the players are disappearing for the mid-session interval. We had 2 cracking opening frames. Both players had a 90 break, but 2 scrappy frames, and honours are all shared. We go to the mid-session interval. It's 8-4. 15 minutes interval, and we'll be back to join you then.
Thank you. Frame 13. Judd trumps a break.
This looks to be a better break-off shot. He's got the white over behind the yellow this time. Maybe he was in the practice room practicing the break-off shot. He could do with 3 of these 4 frames just to close the gap. Well, did he try to play that with a little bit aside to make the potting angle? Let's have another look at that. No, he could see it direct. And he's left a chance for Judd. And Shaun will know if this red's in the corner pocket before anybody else, because he's right in line with it. He's right down the cue. And Shaun's just directly behind the pocket. It's there.
1.
Early chance for Judd. And in a couple of shots' time, he could have that black nicely in play. The red, either side of it there, just a little awkward, but he can get on the black this time. Play a nice little cannon onto the middle of those 3. And that looks to be absolutely perfect. Pot the black, delicate little cannon, and he's got a red to either corner pocket.
Yeah, just what he needed, this, isn't it? 8-4
12.
down. Nice opportunity next frame. It was an easy shot that Shaun took on,
13.
but it was one of those you had to get. Brilliant. That's a great shot. And that's the difference between Judd and a few of the
20.
players who make breaks by fiddling around, taking one red out at a time. That's how to make a break.
21.
Get in the pack.
Yeah, he's definitely not a fiddler, is he?
Quiet, please.
Well, that is so careless from Judd there. I mean, he's done all the hard work. He's played
28.
a couple of beautiful little shots, and then he goes and screws the white. Well, it's like a stun type shot. Dear me, this is awkward. He can't really. Oh, what a stretch. He's going to try and stretch around. The only thing with this, it's difficult to sight the ball when you're stretching this far around. Oh, that's awkward. He's done well there, you know.
29.
Because he couldn't even get his chin on the cue. It was that awkward.
Yeah, definitely a young man's shot. I'd have been in traction after that one.
$36. $37.
And once again, that's very careless. He just didn't seem to have
44.
any side on that to swing it past the red. And amazing that, John.
Yep, and there's an interesting shot coming up. I'm just wondering whether he even contemplated the double. Sometimes you get disappointed, don't you, not getting on the red you've played on. And you go and take on a ball you shouldn't, but interesting to see what he thinks of here. Oh, that's good. That's what I like to see.
44.
Bit the bullet there. Realised he hadn't got position, but wasn't going to take on the risky double. Played the safety shot. Good shot. Cut off one side of the table, I think, with the brown. So he's basically forcing them into having a long pot here.
Oh, it's dead straight, it is. No, he was a mile off. He was just trying to screw back into the ball carrier. He'd be very lucky if he gets away with this. And look where the cue ball's going. He was 44 in front and decided to try and pot that screw back into the ball carrier. And what a result he's had there. Yeah.
Got to be a little careful with this one. Make sure you don't cannon the blue or the red. Might be tempting Judd this, the red in the middle.
If he can see enough of it to take it up into the corner, he might play a similar type shot. It looks as if he's going to cut it in, John, as you said. He's certainly not protecting that 44-point advantage.
Still a match in progress.
If everything's covered into this corner, it doesn't really matter because he's got the one to the right of the blue. And that 44-point advantage could disappear rapidly here if Shaun knocks this long red in. That's very interesting. Shaun has gone off the boil at the moment, even though he's got a 4-frame advantage.
Quiet, please.
A little bit of noise as we show you this shot again. The other table on the mid-session interval. There you can see the table fitter getting it ready. Meanwhile, Judd Trump's getting himself ready to get another frame on the board.
Yes, and I bet you can't believe he's back at the table so soon. Played a couple of shots in this frame already that have been a bit strange, but there he is, back at the table. His opponent really isn't punishing him at the minute. Not taking his chances, is he?
And Judd's a bit reluctant to pot the blue and just cannon into the pink and reds, which tells me that he's thinking, well, it might go wrong if I play that little cannon, so he's taking the longer route of potting the brown and getting up onto the reds near the black. Nicely played.
Five.
Yeah, just got to be a little careful with this cut. He went in off earlier in the match from playing one of these. Not this time.
6.
Well controlled that. And he really should win the frame from here. Red at the bottom of the 3 goes, and the one in the centre.
11. Judd Trump.
Oh, I
11.
don't believe that. He must have took his eye off that. Look where the white's finished. He's not even nicely on the black. He's hampered. So what was he thinking of there? It's amazing some of the pots that Judd has missed in this quarter-final. Okay, he's got a 55-point lead, but the referee should have been already setting the balls back up for the next frame.
Good shot from Shaun. Good safety. Cover the red on the right-hand side there with the blue. He's not having a pot at one, is he? He is, and he's knocked it in. Well sorted out, Judd.
Well, that's an unbelievable pot. He's missed a sitter in the middle pocket, and then he pulls out a shot like that, but that's Judd Trump. Just got to be careful. It looks as if he just rolls the blue and the white's going to cannon onto the black. Oh, he's played that well. He's held for that red, because he had to just drop that in dead weight, otherwise
6.
he would have snookered himself for this red.
Yeah, it's certainly a strange
7.
performance. He's played 2 absolutely fabulous shots, the long red, and just dropping those blues in. You've got to concentrate on the potting angle, Because all the time you're looking at the cue ball, hoping it doesn't go too far. So he's played a couple of great shots here. And as you say, Dennis, how he missed the red in the middle. Very strange at the moment. Don't know what's going on out there.
14. $15.
Frame well and truly safe now.
$17.
What's he trying? He's trying to put this red in off the other red. It's just a little trick shot because the frame's safe. He does like to entertain, this Judd. And that was a very entertaining shot.
18.
So he's clawed another one back. You know, there's every chance.
25.
Who's to say that he couldn't draw level at the end of the second session? Shaun Murphy will have to sharpen up a little bit.
26.
All these difficult little pots
33.
here are all making Judd that bit more confident. You know, he does, as I say, he loves to entertain at the end of a
34.
frame, and he's played a few already. And the one in his last match where he potted the black, cut the black in, and the white, well, it nearly knocked the lights out up above the table and dropped down
36.
and stopped dead. Never seen anything like it in my life. Has he potted this? No, even that's too tough. It was close,
Judd Trump.
but not in the
36
pocket.
and a frame.
So, Judd Trump, no big breaks, but an earlier 44 and that 36 gets him to within 3 frames. It's now 8-5. Well, we've seen both sides of Judd Trump. I mean, he just... Well, he took his eye off this pot. He must have done. He didn't hit this right because he didn't even get on the black. He just stunned the red, left himself hampered on the black. How could you miss that? And then the one that gave him the frame, JP, he got down from there and just knocks this one into the right corner.
Yep, no messing. Straight in the middle of the pocket. Did that and then potted a fabulous blue. Which, you know, these are horrible. When you got to just drop those blues in, dead weight, and you know the cue ball's running away. Well, you've really got to, you know, have a good touch for those, and he dropped it straight in. So it just made the one in the middle all the more unbelievable.
Your favourite colour, the blue, isn't it, JP?
Absolutely. As a good old Evertonian, Dennis, you know that's true. But at the moment, if I was in Shaun Murphy's camp, I'd be starting to see worrying signs here, because he's gone to sleep for a couple of frames, and he's not punishing his opponent. And Judd Trump will thrive on that.
He's lost 3 of the last 4 frames. He had a 5-frame advantage. He was sort of controlling things. So it's important that he gets off the mark again, so to speak, and stop this little mini comeback from Judd. Colin Humphreys, who's our referee from Liverpool.
Who, incidentally, is also a very good Evertonian, Dennis.
Oh, well.
Thank you. Frame 14. Shaun Murphy to break.
So Shaun Murphy breaks off, frame 14, leading by 8 frames to 5. And it's a pretty decent break off, although Judd will have a go at this red. It's been happening all evening with the break from Shaun. There's been one red out on the side he can have a go at, and nearly every time he's knocked it in. So I might be thinking about changing the break.
1.
And this time he has pulled up just short of the balk line, but once again, an inch this side would have been an easy brown. This is a tricky little cutback hampered by the yellow. He's growing in confidence. He needs a big bounce though to leave this red. The black might just cover it. Is he okay? He is. He's chalking his cue. That tells me he's okay. Oh, not the kiss he wanted.
6.
Although having said that, he might have the yellow and there's a red at the back of the bunch he could drop on. Oh, that's in no man's land. Well, I say no man's land. He might be able to cue over the pack.
8.
Take this to the middle pocket.
Nine.
All of a sudden, it's like a new Judd trump. This pendulum is swinging in Judd's favour, you'd have to say, John.
Yeah, he's starting to knock balls in.
16.
He was missing earlier. He's looking more confident. And he's starting to change the scoreboard. Cracking red in the middle, that was from Judd.
Well, we keep saying, John, that this game's all about confidence. It was Shaun Murphy that was looking confident when he led 5-1 and 7-2. Judd couldn't get going. He'd lost his cue action in this morning's session, but I'll tell you what, he's starting to look pretty good here.
That's because he's been given some encouragement, hasn't he? Opponent gone slightly
24.
off the ball. And he can, as you said earlier, Dennis, he can win 3 or 4 frames very quickly, this young man, such is his talent. At the moment, you can sense
31.
he's in the ascendancy.
32. Yeah.
Got a heavy contact, but he's okay, especially if the red next to the green goes. But he can also go between the yellow and pink and get back up the table. Yeah, you don't get to the quarter-final of the World Championship and lose your form. What you can lose is a little bit of confidence. And that's what he did lose this morning, but it's definitely back.
$37. 38.
Doesn't have to take the pink. The yellow's a better ball to get up to the reds. And now he's getting the pace of the table. He was just running
40.
slightly out of position earlier.
41.
Nothing like changing the scoreline quickly either.
48.
Winning in one visit. No time at all. Seeing it go from
49.
8-5 to 8-6. It's a great feeling. Your opponent starts to get anxious. Pressure seems to revert on him. And after being 7-2 behind, Dennis, even if Judd only wins one of the last 2, because it looks like he's going to win this one, 9-7 behind will be an absolutely
54.
unbelievable result. 8-8, he'll feel like he's won the pools.
55.
Yeah, this will be 4 frames out of 5. He only needs the red, and
62.
that will be the scenario.
63. $70. $71. $76. $77.
Oh, look at that series of balls that he's potted. A brown, 3 blues, a pink, 2 yellows, 5 blacks. Just hasn't been getting
82.
enough greens.
83.
Oh, not that old chestnut. It's amazing how he's suddenly found his form. He's been struggling most of the day, but he's not now.
$91.
We've had 36 centuries so far. Judd's
98.
had 5 of those.
100.
Make that 6. This is a totally
103.
different player to the player we were watching this morning. He's right back at his best again. And all of a sudden,
107.
the pockets are getting bigger and the balls are getting smaller.
112.
Brilliant response from the young man. Brilliant.
Well, have a look at this positional shot. Now, this black could finish up out on the main
118.
street.
Yeah, if I was a cameraman, I'd be ducking here.
What a fabulous
118.
response from Judd
On the
Trump.
frame.
That's a magnificent 118 break. And he closes the gap further. He's now just 2 behind at 8-6.
15. Judd Trump to break.
So Judd Trump breaks off. 8-6 behind to Shaun Murphy. And this is a very big frame. Shaun wins it, knows he can't be behind going into tomorrow's session. Judd wins it. He's got a chance in the last frame to level everything up.
He's gone right up to 88% as Judd. He was only 78. That might put another percent on Shaun Murphy's pot rate. That was a cracking long red. So one good positional shot and he'll give himself an early chance. Could have done with hitting that a little bit harder just to get closer to his next red.
6. $7.
Hit that well. Really good cueing, right side of the blue. Definitely get on the black after this. Now, what's the angle like?
12.
I was saying he could get on the black, but it's easy to get on the other side of it, into the top left-hand pocket, but this way is a bit trickier. Well,
13.
it must go in that pocket. Look very tight. Well, as you can see, it flies in. And already in this break, and as you can see, Shaun looking more focused. He's realised what's happening here. And he's not liking
20.
the scoreline very much. Stepped up his pace.
21.
Yeah, he started this evening's session with a break of 91 to open up a 5-frame advantage. Yeah, make no mistake about it, when Shaun Murphy's put under a little bit of pressure,
28.
he can certainly respond, that's for sure. Just a couple more reds that are potable. They're not a great bunch to go into from the black, but he's so good at the top spin. And you see, it's so easy to stick in the back of those. It's a better pack to go into from the blue,
36.
but he felt, I'll take a chance here. And he's stuck in the back of them. Might be able to get twice across the table here off this red. I think he can hit it thin enough to get twice across and over behind the yellow. Might just be able to do that with a little bit of left-hand side.
Shaun Murphy, 36.
Should just have a look to see if that's cuttable. Be very fine from there. May decide to take it in the top pocket and screw back. Oh, it was cuttable.
Well, he's looking anxious there, Judd, to see what he's left. He might just have got away with it somewhat. This is not easy, the one to the right of the yellow. This was such a thin contact that was needed there. I think he's playing the safety shot. The fact that he's using the rest, he won't be taking this on. He's just debating whether to take that pot on to the right of the bunch and try and swing it around past the black, back down the table, but that's what he's debating. He's got a 36-point advantage. I think the safety shot would be better. I mean, this one. It's a funny little situation. You could take this on up into the corner, screw back to the safety zone. You could try and pot it if you weren't leaving a great deal. You'd have the blue there, but he's thought of all the options, and I think it's the screw back's going to be the best. Well, he didn't screw it back. He went full-blooded for that. he was on the blue. Mind you, it was such a tough red, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't mind him going for that. I think he made a great effort at it. The only one you can leave is that one, but he's that close, it's stuck in the jaws.
One.
And after that, and a couple of cannons, he's come out on the blue. Not totally straightforward, but once again, another chance for Judd.
Yeah, earlier today, Judd was maybe playing a shot like that and he would stick in the back of the reds. This time he's got the favourable cannon. Oh, he doesn't want to finish tight on this cushion. He's in no man's land unless it pulls up. Needs to pull up. And it has.
6.
He was a little bit anxious when he seen that cue ball coming back towards him.
Seven.
Yes, top spin just past the blue here for that loose red closest to the pink. Although if he's straight on this, he may take the other one, the bottom red. Oh, happy enough with that one.
10. $16. 17.
If he was a right-hander, he would have played for the black there, but it's awkward, and now he's finished the wrong side of the blue. He's looking at the black now. Okay, that's taking him away from the reds. That's why he's looking at the black. He doesn't fancy that, does he? Well, the only problem with this red that he's left, he's going to cannon the other red.
22.
So if he plays it with screw, he might be able to get the white back. And that's a pretty good effort
23.
from where he was there.
Yes, originally I was thinking, where's the next red coming from? But the one on the left kept going. So just a good pot on the blue required. It's there. That red and blue is very handy.
28.
Oh, he wobbled that one. That's why he's cannoned into the yellow. Oh, he's made a bit of a mess of this one. If he doesn't wobble that, the white comes past the yellow and he's perfect. He's not perfect now. There's two reds that'll pot into the right corner and he'd have to take the blue on to get onto those, and this will be a big shot. He's looked at the blue, but he's quickly forgot about it, and it looks like the snooker.
Judd Trump, 29.
Yeah, don't blame me for that shot. Pretty obvious that if he'd have played the brown, he'd have flicked the yellow as well, so that's why he didn't play that shot. Like a natural angle to come down, so the yellow must have been in the way. And as ever, not hitting these. Can you get it safe?
It's one of those situations. If you just land on the reds, you could still push a couple into potable positions. There doesn't seem to be a way to come into the reds from this side of the table, from the black spot end. Anything coming in from the sides could leave a pot on, might be able to. But he'd have to hit a couple of cushions to do that. He would need the spider. I'm not surprised he's having to think about this. Well, I'm just surmising that he might have an escape route. I don't know if he could play that shot, but even that would be so difficult. So it's twice across. And that's near the pink. That's the pink, I feel.
Foul, the miss. Judd trump 6. Just check that, Leo, please.
Colin Humphreys just said to Leo Scullion, who's on the scoreboard tonight, one of the referees, could you just check that for me? There's Leo looking at the monitor.
Yes, and what makes this shot trickier, coming off the side rail and the other side rail into it, is the pink is more prominent than the other two reds. So when the cue ball comes across, it's more likely to hit a pink than a red. The only thing is, I can't come up with an alternative. He's in a fair bit of trouble here.
Bit closer.
I mean, he's got to be so precise. He'd love to land on that red. I mean, if he hits the back red, he might leave one. So let's see how close he can get this time. Oh,
Foul, miss.
I think he forgot where
Free
he
ball.
hit the first time. And it's a
Just
free
trump
ball, believe
five.
it or not. He can't hit the reds on both sides. That red next to the pink, he can't hit the extreme left-hand side of it. That's why Colin Humphreys called a free ball.
I suppose the only good news is he's knocked the blue safe. The blue would have been a ball Judd would have been playing on off those reds, but not being in the middle of the table now isn't really any good to him. So take the free ball, but it's hard to score.
Well, he could take the black and then take the black again. Well, he's having it put back.
Back.
Do you know what, Dennis? I might have gone with your shot there. I might have gone for the black. Worth a shot there. He couldn't leave anything. And you'd had it back on the spot.
No. Okay.
Especially when you can pot like Judd. Well, let's see if we can get somewhere near the lines this time.
Foul, the miss. Judd trump 4.
There might be a red in the middle pocket here. I think there is. And this will open the other reds out if he's got a slight angle to nudge one out.
One.
Well, he's freed the 3 reds, but he's the wrong side of the blue. This is a tough shot to find the gap between the green and the yellow, or to run it around is quite tough. Oh, has he got a nice favourable flick on the brown? It's not bad.
Yes.
6.
It was never going to be easy to avoid those colours, but he'll take that. result.
Seven.
Frames there for the taking now. Just double checking if he pots the pink, whether it'll go on its own spot.
He'd be praying it doesn't.
It's one of those that's difficult to judge. Yeah, you're not allowed to. You just have to use your judgment. Wouldn't it be nice if you could bring your ball marker out and check it, JP?
Yeah.
Because if it does pot, well, it'll pot. But if it does spot, then he won't be on the reds. He couldn't risk it, so he's ran right across the table. And even if it does spot now, the ball marker will tell there's a little, see that cross, it's got to go right into the, I think it will just spot. Oh, it won't.
13.
Anyway, he didn't risk playing for the reds into the opposite corner, just in case it did spot there.
14.
So, Miss Pink run round the angles for the last red. Oh, he's coming no man's land. Not on it in the corner.
20.
Not on it in the middle. Maybe disappointed with that shot.
Well, he's freed the brown. Everything's gone wrong with that. He's missed that very difficult cut.
And he just looked round at the table there, Judd, and had a wry smile. He's just realised he's moved the brown off. And he's left the game there if Shaun Murphy can get through to this. Massive frame.
Can only see the left side of the red, but it's so close to the pocket it'll go in. Well, I said it'll go in, but he didn't have to hit it that thin. What is Shaun Murphy now doing?
Thank you.
He could have got closer to the black than that.
1.
It's getting tense out there.
Well, what a let-off that was for Judd Trump. Like you, Dennis, I thought there was plenty of the red Shaun could see there. I think he hit it on the only angle that wouldn't pot it. I don't think he could believe he did that.
5. Judd Trump, 5.
Well, Shaun Murphy needs 2 snookers. Judd's got him in a snooker. So barring those snookers, Judd Trump's got another one back.
Foul. Judd Trump, 4. Two. Five.
I think everybody expects Judd to clear up with some unusual shots when he's got the frame over. Straight away, he hasn't played to get nicely on the blue so that he can play something a little bit special. Well, that's just a straightforward
14.
shot for Judd, that one. Well, God knows where this will go.
Judd Trump 14 and the
So
frame.
that now means that Judd Trump has taken 4 frames in a row, and now he's just 1 frame behind at 8-7. Game on. Well, I'm not surprised that both players have left the arena, and just have a look at that little lot of stats there while we wait for the players to return. So Shaun Murphy gets the final frame of this second session underway, and that's a better length for the break-off shot. And he badly needs this last frame. Judd Trump has won 4 in a row. It's a different Judd Trump we're looking at now. Okay, he's not on the black, but it's a player that's so full of confidence now when you knock that type of shot in. Tight on the cushion, and he was walking around as soon as he hit that. .68% now with his long pot success rate. That's jumped up from 43%.
Judd Trump 1.
Yes, and from 8-3 to 7-8. He won those frames in just less than an hour. So he's been pretty quick getting himself back into the match.
Touching would help Judd.
Touching both balls.
In fact, it's touching both reds by the sounds of a referee there. He said touching both balls. Now you see it.
Just coming down to check to see the red on the right hand side of the pack here. Clips into the corner. Well, satisfied it doesn't, so he's taking the other one on the left hand side. One of those reds will go now. So a bit of a shot to nothing for Shaun.
Same sort of shot for Judd, playing the safety shot, but always a chance you can snick one of the reds into the left corner.
Both players will definitely be aware of the significance of this frame, so it might be a little bit twitchy. That's an attacking safety shot, if ever there was one. Pretty good. Covered the right-hand side with the brown. And There's a red on the left-hand side, but no path back to the balk area, so a lot of pressure if he took that one on. May think he's being forced into this.
Well, if Judd was playing an exhibition, he'd get down, knock this red into the left corner, cannon the red that's next to the black, leave himself on the black and clear up. It's not an exhibition.
No, but he's looking at it. He's just had a look exactly that shot you're talking about. Big, big shot.
Here we go then. I think he might possibly have gotten away with that, although there's a slight angle. That was a big, big shot he took on there. There's a slight angle on this red that's near the right corner pocket. He can get out onto the pink if he plays it with a little touch of side and top spin. He can get the white onto the pink here.
One.
It's not a gimme, the pink, but he's usually pretty good at this type of shot, but there's a lot of pressure on it under the circumstances. He's lost the last 4 frames. Let's see how he cues this one. He hammered it into the pocket.
It'd be handy if the pink doesn't go on its spot. Great cue in this. As you say, under the circumstances. I'd love that pink to go on the black spot. Make it so much easier. And guess what? That's what's happening.
7. Eight.
Can you believe it?
8.
How
Shaun
many
Murphy.
times do we see that? He took his eye off the pot, trying to bring the black into play. Amazing. Have a look at this. He didn't even think about the pink. He just was concentrating on the cannon on the black. Well, I think you called it, JP. You said the importance of this frame, there was going to be a little bit of twitching going on. And there certainly is, because that's not the best shot that Judd's just played there either. The way he's been going, he's been knocking this type of pot in here.
6.
And he's got a gap to get the white back around towards the blue. Still not ideally placed just yet. Got to screw this back to leave a red at the back of that little cluster of reds. And he's done it. Now, I wonder, does that black pot, if not, he'll have to play for the blue, but I'm just wondering if he could drop this in and the black might be available. Well, maybe not. Clearly not.
13.
Just enough angle, but look at them. A little circle of reds around the... It's like a trick shot. You see the pink slightly in the way. Let's have a look if he followed through Potting the blue, he could cannon into the pink. That would be no use to him. Well, how much reverse side did he get on that? Is he on this red? I'll tell you what, if he is, he's played a terrific shot there. He had so much side on that. Now, can he get himself onto the blue and then a cannon into that little circle of reds? Needs to keep going. He might be able to get into those reds, but he's going to have to power the blue in with lots of topspin. Well, he could stun directly into them. Does this pass the pink? He might be out of position here. What do you think, JP?
Yes, the way he looked there, straight away was disappointment. He saw that there's a red available, and he thought it was going in the middle. Then he looked and saw the pink there. Now, in the old days, Dennis, when there was a nap on the cloth, you could play for the far jaw here and wait for it to turn round, but they don't bend on these tables.
Yeah, there were thicker cloths, and you could play to the far jaw and watch it curl on the nap into the pocket. But they're super fine cloths, and they run dead straight.
He's showing that added maturity there. A couple of times tonight he could have been tempted with doubles or pushing the boat out. He's played the safety shot.
I hope that plant's not on. I'm sure Judd would have looked at that. Shaun did have a glance. It doesn't look as if it's in line for the corner pocket. The two reds at the back of the four. Clearly, they're not in line for the pocket, and can't really make that. Even with the squeezing them, you couldn't do it.
Well, he was in a spot of bother there, but he's chipped the red out. Not easy, I know, but Judd will definitely go for this.
Where is that cue ball going? It's right in the pocket.
Thank you.
Okay.
Foul.
Might only
Judd
cost
Trump,
him 4 points. Well, maybe there's a plant. Surely there's not a plant on for the right corner pocket now. No. And can't really make that one either. A couple of the reds will go into the left corner. He's just trying to see if he can find a path back down the table and take these, or one of these reds, into the left corner.
One.
And that was a classic shot to nothing. He got the pot. If he missed it, he was going to have a snooker. He's going to have an even better snooker when he rolls up to the brown.
Judd Trump, 1.
That's a Judd Trump special there we just seen. He can't get through to land on the two reds to the left of the black from this angle. He'd have to land on one of the two open reds. He's now looking to see if he can go twice across the table to land on one of those. He's certainly giving this one plenty of thought.
Well, I think he'll settle for that. Certainly wasn't easy to get out of, but it's about the best result he could have got there, Shaun.
Well, he's looked at playing a safety shot, but he's also looked at the angle here to see if he can make a plant. I think he's trying the plant. He's there. He's got it.
One.
And once again, he's not on the brown. If he had been absolutely certain he was going to get the plant, he would have played the cue ball a little harder so that he could have dropped on the brown.
Brown ball.
Yeah, the brown safe's not a bad choice here.
Judd Trump, 1.
Might be a gap if he takes the pot on here. He's not absolutely sure. The one into the right corner, he feels like he might be able to avoid the cannon, but it's a bit risky, but looks to be on.
Yeah, he just stood up there. There's a movement from the other table. Frame just finished, so he was down on the shot and had a bit of movement, quite rightly stood up, started again. He definitely played that erring on the side of caution there. As long as he got it thin, he wasn't going to be cannoning any other ball, so that's what he did. And the way it's turned out is very good. Red to the left of the black spot is the one Shaun will be playing, very thin.
Certainly didn't catch it thin. He made a complete mess of that one. It was a tough shot. Well, it's turned out to be a little bit of a scrappy frame, but what an important frame. Well, we did say there was going to be a little bit of twitching going on in this final frame of this session. Because of the importance. Judd would take 5 in a row and get himself all square as we show you that red wobble. And from a psychological point of view, and who's going to sleep well this evening, Shaun, you would feel, if he was to lose this and lose 5 in a row and be all square, he might be tossing and turning tonight. covered that one with the blue. He would have been a little bit anxious. So the straightforward escape route back down the table is very difficult. There's very little to play behind, and he could leave that red.
Yeah. Red that's just up from the black spot. Possibility thin, but of course then you could chip a red towards the corner pocket, and your cue ball's got to go back round into the corner where Judd is now. But as I say, you could knock a red over the hole playing it that way. But he might not have much of an alternative here. Can't leave the cue ball on the top rail. Hasn't got anything he can have a pot at. Far from easy. Might just have to take the chance playing off that red. Try and get the cue ball down in that corner pocket and hope you don't stick one over the right hand pocket.
Yeah, and as long as he didn't free the black if he played that red that you mentioned, John. Even if he left a pot on this one that's near the left corner, if he got the cue ball near the ball cushion, it wouldn't be easy. That's what he's played. He doesn't want this going in the pocket. He has played a little belter there, although, well, what a shot for Shaun Murphy. There might be a gap past the black and reds if he takes this pot on, but boy, is this a big shot under the circumstances.
Yep, and quite frankly, what's gone before this evening, you wouldn't really fancy him knocking it in. He's under a lot of pressure at the moment. Not surprised by that. Honestly, Dennis, if they carried on playing this match to the finish now, there's only one winner. Shaun needs to go to bed. Needs to go and get out of this and regroup for tomorrow.
It's one of his favourite shots. He's so good at that type of shot, but that was just pure pressure and the circumstances of this frame.
Yes, we've seen this young man burst onto the scene 2 years ago, played brilliantly to get to the final before he lost to John Higgins, and we've seen all the extravagant shots and break building, but we have to give him a lot of credit for hanging on in there tonight. Okay, he's had a little bit of a help from Shaun, but he was sitting there 8-3 behind about an hour and a half ago. And there's a complete change round. It looks for all the world like it's going 8 each. So there's more to this game than pot and balls. You have to show character. And he showed plenty of that this evening.
7.
Yeah, I think it's called
8.
True grit. And that's what Judd has shown here. Couple of easy reds, and the one next to the black is also fairly comfortable.
13.
Yeah, so we're really talking about with Shaun's situation is the abject disappointment of being 8-all when you've been 8-3 in front. But you know, you've got a blanket, Dennis, haven't you? You're still in the match. There's a long way to go. 8-all, final session to come. Certainly not the end of the world. It's just disappointing when you've had that lead.
Yeah, regardless of what
14.
happens in this frame, Shaun will sit down with Chris Henry, probably his manager, Brandon Parker, and they'll have a good old chat about it, and they'll say, well, you're 8-all. You would have taken that before the quarterfinal started. Forget about the 8-3, that's history. But it's not quite 8 frames all just yet. A few more pots needed. Quick glance at the
16.
scoreboard. 39. The red will be 40. Blue would do. And that's what he screwed back for.
70.
Perfect angle to just stun up past the pink. So it's going to be 8 each. What a comeback from Judd Trump. At 7-2, it didn't look very good.
23.
But he's won 6 out of 7 frames.
Yes, and all to play for tomorrow.
30.
Judd Trump absolutely delighted to be level 8 all. And Shaun Murphy, well, he's got to put it behind him, start all again tomorrow.
Judd Trump, 30.
Well, he's coming to the table, but barring snookers, Judd Trump has won 5 frames in a row, and he's all square. I'm surprised Shaun's playing on. I think I would have just have shaken hands and got myself out of the arena and regroup, so to speak. He needs, well, I haven't even worked it out, something like 5 snookers at the moment. Judd thought he was going to concede. He wanted to finish with hammering that into the pocket. He knows that there's very little chance that Shaun can get back into this frame. Now Judd might try and finish off with a few of his exhibition shots here. He'll be feeling pretty good at the moment. There we go, there's one of them.
Six.
I don't know how the players do that, hold the rest up. Shaun will come forward. And it's been an unbelievable session for Judd Trump. He has taken 5 frames in a row. And from 8-3, he goes in overnight, all square with the former world champion, Shaun Murphy. It's 8-all, game on for tomorrow.
Quiet, please.
Well, hope you enjoyed that. That was a terrific comeback from Judd Trump, and tomorrow morning we'll be back at 10 o'clock, and guess who's here? The rocket has lifted off, and he'll be back against Stuart Bingham in the morning at 10 o'clock. We'll see you then. Good night. You, Hazel? Yes, here we do go. And it's Judd who's going to break off. As always, fantastic atmosphere in the Crucible Theatre. He's left that possible long red, but he really did play well in the second session, Judd Trump. Now, what a way this would be for the magician to start. Can that magic wand knock this long red in? Wrong ball. That's not the start you want.
Judd Trump, 4.
Just hit that all wrong.
Yeah, he was forced into that shot.
When he was 8-3 down, Judd, he played 3 frames. Well, he won 5 in a row, but the first 3, Shaun Murphy only scored 1 point. Judd scored over 280.
Six. Seven. $14. 15.
'It's a tough shot to get right, that potting the black,
22.
brushing across the face of the red. Try and get the 2 lined up is quite difficult. He's got a long one into the green pocket. Nicely struck.
23.
And with his cue power, he could decide to go into them here. Look at the action on the cue ball. Too much.
30.
Really took off once he hits the reds. Delayed action, colliding into reds and finally breaking free, but too much power on it. And that's a very risky red into the middle pocket. Looks a bit easier on our TV screens than it actually is. Very difficult shot coming up should he attempt this.
Looks like it's a safety, even though this red would pass the green. Don't blame Judd for that.
Judd Trump, 30.
In fact, some of his tactical play has been very good throughout this year's World Championship.
I was talking to John Parrott this morning, Dennis, and his sort of assessment was that perhaps Shaun let Judd in lightly yesterday in the tactical department. He didn't make it hard enough for him and gave him, not exactly made it easy for him, but didn't make it hard enough in the tactical department. But I didn't see the whole of the session.
Well, that's a bit better. That's a pretty good safety from Shaun there. Yeah, Judd was matching Shaun, and at one stage his safety success rate was even higher than Shaun's. And there you see it, he's still 1% ahead of Shaun in the safety success department. You wouldn't have expected that. That's the tournament safety success rate. And Judd at 85%. So, you know, he has worked on his tactical game. And I think Judd has probably realised that, you know, he can't just pot his way to become world champion. You've got to mix it around a little bit. He's so exciting to watch. But if he improves in the tactical department, watch out, everybody.
Superb shot there from Shaun Murphy. Very easy to catch those thick. May have to play off one of these 2 reds on the left of the table. Screw back into bulk.
That's an alternate just to land on that, but he has got plenty of cue power. That was a bonus. He was trying to make sure and get the cue ball up into the balk area and wobble this red in the pocket, but it went straight in the pocket. I've seen Ronnie O'Sullivan knock in a similar shot in his session, but It was a bonus for the red to go in there.
Years back, we used to have shot of the championship quizzes, competitions. I think that would have won it in previous years. Just checking where the best place is to put the cue ball to. Somewhere down by that green pocket looks favourite.
Brown ball. Judd
Yeah,
Trump,
we use the
wall.
definition, green pocket, yellow pocket. John Spencer used to do that. But that's when you're playing, you know, the green would go in, that would be the green pocket, the yellow pocket the other side of the table. The black pocket is where you normally would put the black. Because it's a bit confusing, we normally talk about the top of the table play, where the black is, but on your screens, it's the bottom of the table. So it does get a little confusing at times.
Looks like that red into the middle pocket's easy, doesn't it, on the TV? You think, why isn't he going for that?
Well, is he going for it? Right, straightforward, Steve.
One.
That was a good pot, but look where he put the cue ball. He had a little bit of safety in mind also. Up behind the green.
Judd Trump, wall.
Playing a good hard frame so far. The side of the pack of reds on the right-hand side would hopefully be an area that Shaun Murphy could nestle into. Not sure he can actually get to that bit, though.
He needs to catch this one correctly.
That was always a possibility. I don't think we'll be seeing Judd turn this down. Not only can he try and pot this red, but I think he can play it in such a way that he leaves it safe should he miss.
One.
Yeah, he made that look very easy. But Shaun was in a bit of a hole there previously. The red he hit when getting out of the snooker. There was always a possibility he could leave it. No, how's that cue ball going to finish? It's not bad. I think he can get through to the potting angle. Okay, he's pushed the black safe.
5.
Well, maybe he can't. He's going to have to try and cut this one into the right corner. But when he's on fire, he can pot anything.
Six.
If the brown doesn't go, he's up behind the brown again. So he's dominating this opening frame at the moment with quite some good tactical play, Steve, which we wouldn't expect from Judd.
No, it's not his favoured method, but
Brown ball.
as you do your apprenticeship in this game, it's your job to get the balance right. Seems to be doing a very good job.
Yeah, he'd love to push the brown safe and get in behind the green, but he may not have the angle for that. Another shot here, just to drop on the yellow and leave it an awkward shot. You don't always have to get the snooker. If he just rolled onto the yellow, it would leave it very awkward. The brown will pot, but it's the wrong angle.
Yeah, you could push the brown up close to the black, should he want to.
Judd Trump, 6.
got the snooker as well. Judged the pace of that very well. Wanted to make sure the brown got past the middle pocket into a safe position. He couldn't risk leaving it over the pocket. There'd be no point in that. I think Shaun can play that shot now. Just safely nestling up into the back.
Surely it's not a 3-ball plant that he's pushed on there. I don't think it will be. Well, Judd's looking at it. Not quite. I don't know if he could squeeze that plant, Steve, the way they're sitting. It's going to the left of the pocket, but you can sometimes make the angle with squeezing it.
That would probably straighten up a fraction, but not just sure he was able to see enough of the red in the first place. Well, he's got the pace of this wrong.
Yeah, Judd certainly has started well here, and it's not all about his potting. His tactical play has been superb. And he's got 43 points advantage, with more to come. With the yellow, the brown and black safe, he's a strong favourite to make it 6 frames in a row.
Seven. Eight. Judd trump. 8.
Tempting to put the blue safe as well, so I mean, if Shaun Murphy gets a chance, there's going to be no colours available. It's a bit like a young Steve Davis, the way Judd Trump's playing here. A little bit on the thick side that time.
Well, Shaun hasn't come to have a look to see if this is a plant. He can catch that red, so we assume it's not on. He's obviously got other choices.
Well, it looks as if he's setting himself up to take this pot on. He's going to cannon the reds. This is a big shot for Shaun. Well, how unlucky is that? Played the positive shot. I mean, to hit the middle red and snooker yourself, now that is so unlucky there.
Would be some type of shot to get black and brown out and guarantee getting down the table. There's the possibility you could play thin on the black, collide with the brown, and then topspin take it down the table. That's what he's going to do, try and open the frame up. It's very risky. I think he could be concentrating on the black, getting it into open play.
Yeah, it's like a little billiard shot, a cannon
Brown
off the
ball.
black onto the brown. Well, you can see enough of the brown anyway. Doesn't want to pot that.
Shaun
That's
Murphy,
got
1.
one of the colours into play.
Actually, take that back. Brown was important as well. Called it a bit thick. First real mistake from Judd Trump. Just about got away with it.
Just over the 5 hours for the 16 frames. Been a very entertaining quarter-final.
Yeah, modern day World Championship snooker seems to average out about 20 minutes a frame, doesn't it? Judd Trump can get past this red to the one closer to the cushion.
He should have tried to screw that back there. What a shot. How well did he time this? Have a look at this. The white stops and then fizzes back. I mean, great shot. But this is not... Oh, I thought he was going in the middle pocket there. He's fine. That should be the end of frame.
5. Six.
Well, we've had a little bit of everything from Judd in this opening frame. We had that fabulous long pot, but we've also had some very good tactical play.
12.
Yes, and
13.
Judd had problems against Marco Fu early in the match, but once he got into his stride and got off the leash,
You know, that pink nearly rolled off a little bit there against the nap.
he's a handful.
19.
Very tough to keep him under wraps for a whole match, that's for certain.
20.
But he loves to entertain, doesn't he? When the frame's over, he loves to play exhibition-type shots. Nothing wrong with that. There's no disrespect to his opponent. He just loves doing it. Well, even Judd Trump can't pot this yellow, surely. Don't be
26.
surprised if he doesn't cut it in and get on the green.
Judd Trump, 26, and a frame.
Well, the best possible start for Judd Trump. He played the perfect game of snooker, you'd have to say there, and he has taken the frame. He now leads 9-8.
And he leads for the first time since the opening frame of this quarter-final. And, gentlemen, have we seen two shots for, two contenders for a shot of the championship here?
Yeah, well, when he burst onto the scene a couple of years ago, the championship, he was potting balls from everywhere. What about this for a pot? I mean, OK, he's got an element of safety in it, but to even get near the jaws with this is brilliant. So you're going to start knocking those in. Well, that was a fantastic shot. Yeah.
Nice one to start us off there. And Kenny, there were so many others in that particular
just
frame.
have a look at how he cued this one in. I mean, watch his head as well. Watch how still he keeps. Now, and also watch the cue ball. Stops there and then just accelerates. And I could be there for a month of Sunday trying to play that shot, and there's no chance.
What's interesting though is we've had a bit of thrust and parry from him, because he clearly knows when to attack, but his defensive play is also very solid, and we've seen a percentage rise in that over the last 5 or 6 frames or so.
Well, I think he's gained a lot of experience, you know, over the last couple of seasons, even since he's been in the final here a couple of years ago against John Higgins. That he will have some great memories of that, even though he did lose. But he's gaining experience all the time and competing and winning tournaments. And we've seen evidence of that, even these opening, shots against Shaun Murphy. He's really containing and dictating the play.
This is a horrible situation for Shaun Murphy. He's been stuck on 8 for the last 6 frames, and he's just honest. It's like you're standing in glue. You just can't go. He just wants to get off 8. Psychologically, needs to win a frame.
Okay, back we go.
Can he see enough of this red? Of course he can see enough of the red. So is there a safe place on the table when Judd Trump starts knocking these type of pots in? Oh, little bit careless on that one, took his eye off the black, but I'll tell you what, he may have gotten away with this. There's no easy pot, so if this red doesn't go in the middle pocket, he's had a result, but I think maybe it just goes.
He's certainly got a red into the green pocket. But of course that red over the yellow pocket is a concern.
He badly needs this one in. Well played. Very good shot. Now it's so important for Shaun to make Judd pay for that miss on the black. And straight away he's let the white run away. As we show you the long red, he's let the position run slightly awry there.
Yeah, looked to be playing for the red in the middle pocket. No problem. Screw up for the blue, pink, whatever he feels like.
No.
Too sure with the pink spots. Could have been preferable to play for the blue there.
He was flying and he thought just a matter of potting the blacks, splitting the reds, took his eye off the pot. Shaun just stepping back while referee Colin Humphreys just gets that pink into a very tricky spot there. He's got to get as near to its own spot directly behind it, and he tried to get it in the middle of the reds, but there wasn't enough room there.
Thank you. 15. 16.
I'm just looking at the frame scores. Shaun made a 91 break to go 7-2 in front. Since then, his highest break has been 36. Could do with a frame winner
24.
just to restore his confidence.
24.
Doesn't struggle to get a rhythm going, even if he's been frozen out of a match. You wouldn't necessarily think that you'd had such a torrid time of it for the last 6 frames. Walks around the table with confidence. You'd think he was in front.
You know, I've seen Shaun down the years under pressure play some of his best snooker. When he won the World Championship in 2005, he was really under it against Matthew Stevens. Everyone thought Matthew was going to be world champion that year. But Shaun, under extreme pressure,
38.
played some unbelievable snooker. There's only one more red that's available, the one at the front of the 3 reds in pink. Don't think the one next to the yellow's on. He's got a slight angle on the blue here, just to play a nice little cannon. He doesn't have to hit this with a lot of pace. Delicate little cannon would open them up. Well, he's played for the individual one, the only one that was available.
43.
Will he get a better angle this time to move them, or when he removes this red, is the one to the left available?
$44.
Might be on. The one just above the two reds and pink. We'll find out the way he plays this. Black. It is. It's available.
$51. $52.
Well, he hasn't had many chances in the last 6 frames. He's had a good few chances, but, you know, to produce this after losing 6 frames in a row, that's typical of Shaun Murphy. Needs this cannon to work out for him. Well, it could have been better. He's got the one to the middle pocket. Should be able to come around onto the
59.
black. Just come off the side and back cushion behind the black to leave the black on. In fact, he's held it off one cushion. 58 in front, a couple more pots. And Shaun Murphy's back on track. Oh, look where the cue balls ran. If he's straight on this red to the middle, he's
67.
okay. 66 in front. He just needs the one red. He's had a quick look at the scoreboard. He's close to this, but I think he can make this in the middle pocket. He's having to raise the butt of the cue. It's in.
68.
So he has punished Judd Trump for the missed black when trying to scatter the reds all over the table.
$74. $75. $82.
Good point you made there, Steve. Shaun walks around the table like he's the one that's won 6 frames in a row. He's a very confident player. He's a model professional. He always has been. Loves the game of snooker, and he's a pretty good
88.
ambassador for the game. Needs a good black, though,
89.
to have a chance at the century. Tougher pink. The boys queuing well again. Every credit to Shaun Murphy.
95.
We've had 38 centuries so far in this year's World Championship. Shaun's had 4. Make that 5.
101.
showing great character here. And now we've got a match on our hands. We know that Shaun's cueing beautifully. This could turn out to be quite a special session, this. Who will get through to the semi-final?
110.
His highest break has been 128. If he pots the pink and black, he'll equal that.
121.
Well done, Shaun Murphy. He lost 6 frames in a row, and that's the way to answer back. Get a chance and clear the table. That's a magnificent break of 128. We're all square.
My goodness, tell us about the response from Shaun Murphy, having been sitting and held captive in his chair.
Absolutely,
for so
just what the doctor ordered. Great response from Shaun Murphy. It shows you a lot about his character, tells you a lot about his character. Because as John said, you know, 6 in a row he lost, so he'd be feeling pretty nervous, but that will settle him down, and as Dennis said, we do have a match on.
What does start to happen, John? You've been sitting there at the end of last session last night, and then the same thing starts to happen at the front of this session. What begins to go on in your mind at that point?
Well, last night, I mean, I felt a bit for him. We've all been out in the pit, and when some sessions just run away from you. Judd we had a bash at a few balls, in fairness, got away with a few last night, kept leaving sort of half chances for him to get in. The ones he had, Shaun, he lost the cue ball after the couple, and all of a sudden you could see him sitting there and he really had no answers. You could see the session was running away from him, and I said last night, you know, he needs to have a good night's sleep, come back, because that session just run away. If they'd have carried on playing last night, I honestly believe Judd would have won the match. So he's obviously come away, come back today, fresh, totally different perspective on it. He's hit that ball there in that frame like he did at the start of the match.
Okay, an interesting point that Dennis made about his body language.
Yeah.
You would never know from his demeanour around the table that he was under it in any way.
Absolutely, because he walks around like he owns the table. It's always good to do that, because it sort of sends out signs to your opponent as well that you're not weak, you know, that you're still confident, you're strong, and that when you're at that table, you have to really look like you own it, and you're going to win the frame from that position. He always looks like that.
One big factor for me in this is how he concentrates. I've got no doubt about the level of his ability, no doubt how he can compete. Great character. If he concentrates 100% on every ball through the session, he's got a massive chance.
Okay, Steve Dennis, back to you.
Yeah, walk around the place like he owns it. Steve Davis did that for about 10 years, walked around the Crucible like he owned it. Well, he did. Can Shaun continue with a good long pot? Oh, he was a long way off that. But have a look where the cue ball's finished. He's got away with it. Bit fortunate once he missed the pot. In fact, it's a bit of a stalemate where the white is finished. There's very little Judd can do here, only just roll into them. We could have a re-rack here. This would be one of the earliest re-racks we've ever had at the Crucible.
Touch and ball.
Yeah, that red over the middle pocket is potable from everywhere down the bottom of the table, apart from in the green pocket area. Don't really think Shaun can get there from this shot. Could play a tempter to the top rail, let it be dead straight in the jaws of the black pocket. Ask the question of Judd. Wouldn't want to get a positive answer though, would you?
No, he can get the game back to normality if he takes the one up to the right of the blue, but he's got to be careful if he plays that back up the table. As long as he keeps the red away from the yellow, green and brown.
Modern players, modern day tactics, always looking for a half chance. Can you roll this in, play safe at the same time if you miss it? Well, I didn't play to roll it in, that's for certain, and perhaps he didn't even play the pot.
Yeah,
or at least I hoped he Didn't make much difference one way or the other, did it?
No, he just played to wobble it in the jaws, send it up the table. But now we've got 2 reds up there. Makes the safety zone behind the black. And there's no player in the game likes this type of frame.
Error. Certainly didn't want that to happen. And a half chance for Judd Trump.
And that's right in the pocket.
1.
You said immediately, Steve, error, and you are absolutely right. That was a bad mistake from Shaun. That was very careless.
8.
And he might be made to pay for it.
$16. 17.
Does look like this session's winding up to be a bit of a slugfest.
Well, there's the ball spotted, both 259. I suppose that's why the score's 9 frames all. Didn't have to go into the pink there. It's just away from the bunch. Just played for the single red.
28.
He's still got a couple more loose reds, but he might leave himself nicely on the black this time.
29.
And he does play this shot well. If he goes into the bunch, they're an awkward bunch, but the way he generates so much spin, he never seems to have a problem. He's still got 2 loose reds to think about, but you know, Judd wants to get into the bunch as soon as possible. Just making his mind up as to whether to do it now or wait for another chance. It looks as if he's going to wait.
Yeah, you would have expected
36.
the pack to be opened there.
$37.
Got a nice last resort hanging over the green pocket, so he can afford to risk going into the pack. Power screw back, power stun even. Has he got the separation? I think he just has. Yes.
43. $44. $51. 52. $59.
Well,
Judd Trump, 59.
I don't know if he got a heavy contact or whether it was just the awkward bridging that caused him to miss that, but how costly will that be? Let's have a look, see. Maybe he just took his eye off it. Well, this could be quite a turning point, because it looked pretty straightforward for Judd to have a run to the winning line in this frame. And the way Shaun Murphy cued in the previous frame, I wouldn't put it past him
8
to come back and clear up here, although he didn't play that too well.
Nine.
And that delicate little cannon has got him back in prime position.
At this level, he's the favourite to win the frame.
It was a simple little cannon, but very, very
15.
effective.
16.
Just in between frames on the other side of the arena. That's what all the noise is about.
23. 24.
The only real hope for Judd Trump here is possibly in potting the last red, that he somehow goes wrong. If brown and yellow
31.
and green were on their spots, it would be an easier prospect. You still wouldn't expect Shaun
32.
Murphy to make a blunder once he got to the last red. He's got to be a bit careful with this positional shot. Play the red in the middle pocket.
Just walking away from the shot and back into it again. That's the thing to do. No point in changing your mind when you're down on the shot. That's the worst possible thing to do.
39. $40.
May be able to play off the last red for the brown in the middle pocket. Maybe relatively easy way of resolving the problem. He's gone a bit wide on that for that shot.
46. Yeah.
Of course, he can come around the back and play the brown into the same pocket as the red.
Not sure if that yellow is blocking the brown from respotting if he plays on the brown. We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, I assumed it was, but
47.
playing the green could go wrong if he had the worst possible angle on the green.
Yeah, there wouldn't have been enough room for the brown, so the brown would have gone on the green spot. But he's fine as it is. The only slight problem is when he gets on the yellow when potting this green, that he's got to make sure he doesn't snooker himself behind that brown. So I think he can drop the yellow in the middle
50.
and leave the green. And a body blow for Judd Trump if he clears up here. Oh, he thought he'd missed that. He stayed down on the shot. Just there, he thought, oh, it's not going in. And then it dropped.
55.
Superb from Shaun Murphy here. Really is. So Judd missed a black
59.
off the spot in the previous frame. Shaun made 128. He's missed a red when bridging over it. Another red. I don't think he got a kick.
64.
And just the pink needed. What a great frame from Shaun Murphy. Judd Trump had a break of 59. It looked easy at one stage. He missed that red. Shaun Murphy's cleared up with a break of 70. He's back in the lead. It's 10-9 to Shaun Murphy.
This is what we want for May Day, isn't it? I hope everyone at home is enjoying this. We certainly are here. Let's talk about the story of the frame. You were talking earlier, John, about concentration levels within Shaun Murphy. And was this miss early on an example of what you were saying?
Well, he's just gone. Can you take the story up there?
Well, yeah, John was saying about his concentration. This is a prime example of it. Just not concentrating to actually get tight to that red, so he doesn't leave that easy opener. Well, it wasn't, you couldn't say it was an easy, but it's a chance to get in, and he did get in, and he made a 59 break, and then this happened.
Indeed, yeah.
And then, you know, this is the level you're playing at. He's played some fantastic shots in this break, just took his eye off it, slightly over, but I have to say, what followed it was absolutely superb. Under, you know, the severest of pressures, quarter-final World Championships, that was a superb clearance.
Who looks the stronger for you so far, guys?
Well, I mean, you know, Judd started off well, but Murphy has really come back. He's shown his mettle in those couple of frames, you know, the previous one and that frame as well, like making that nice break, and that will certainly give him huge confidence going into this next frame now.
You agree, John?
Yeah, I think Shaun's looking really good. He's sticking his chest out, walking around the venue, stomping around. He always a good sign when he's playing properly. And obviously Judd can still play a little bit as well. It's really bubbling up nicely, this.
It is, yeah. When I look at the matches between them, it's Judd Trump who holds a slight advantage. He's had 3 wins to Murphy's 2. Significantly, the last time, the only time they met at the Crucible was in Judd's very first match here on his debut in 2007. Shaun won the day 10-6 there, but we have a much longer match. Clearly this is a best of 25, and just to remind you, the first of 13 will be into the Crucible semi-final.
Not the best break-off shot from Shaun. Judd, let's see how close he can get to this long pot. Oh, can't get any closer than that. Needs a little flick, and he hasn't got it. Very unlucky. Just under 9 feet, a long pot. But unlucky to finish where he did. No chance of a pot, so all he can do is just nestle on the blue.
Yeah, ideally he'd have liked to have been on the yellow. He obviously doesn't think he can get enough of the cue ball. You don't, when you play this shot, you're not really expecting for your opponent to sort of give you a leave. He didn't really get it that tight either, so you would expect Shaun Murphy to get out of this no problem. Still got to be careful.
Yeah, because of the 3 reds that are loose to the left of the bunch, he can't come off that side. If he comes off the right side and nestles in the bunch, possible leave to the right middle pocket. And if he plays to land on the one behind the black, he's got to be spot on, or he could push it into a potable position. So he's got to just lay on this dead weight. And that looks a little bit pacey. He's left the pot on.
Well, to be disappointed with that. There were other options, but they all had an element of risk. I must say, Dennis, the pockets along the top cushion this week and last week have looked relatively easy. They nicely controlled shot there from Judd Trump, beautifully played, deserves to have got something out of it. Just seems like the top cushion has been hugging, so to speak, so you can afford to play to the far jaw, and even that one that Judd played hit the cushion first and still went in off the far jaw. Speaking to Ricky Warden earlier, and he said that the pockets are quite accepting. Not bad tables to make breaks on.
Let's have a look.
14.
Just touched the cushion before the pocket. I know there'll be a lot of
15.
people watching in their snooker clubs and they'll be thinking the pockets are easy. They're easy in relation to the match pockets that these boys are used to playing on. In relation to a club table, they're very, very tight, even these. He's not in prime position just yet.
Well, he made that shot
21.
look effortless. Tremendous amount of backspin.
.22.
Might take the opportunity to cannon in. Although there's loads of loose reds, he might cannon into the 4 here. If he can run it through, he'll do it that way. Yeah, he could pass that red, so doesn't want to be risking cannons if he doesn't need them.
29. .30.
Well, it's so difficult now to pick a winner of this quarter-final.
Well, and with Ronnie O'Sullivan on the brink of going through,
37.
he will play the winner of this match, and whoever it is, it's a mouth-watering prospect.
38.
Yeah, it would grace any final, but it's unfortunately going to be a semi-final.
.45. .46.
It's good to watch, isn't it, this session? It's been fascinating.
51.
Judd won the opening frame with some terrific tactical play. He made one mistake in the
52.
second frame. Shaun Murphy cleared the table with 128. Judd made a 59 in that last frame. Missed a relatively easy red. Shaun cleared up with a 70. Well, can this continue after the interval? I hope so, because I'm enjoying every shot.
.57.
It's amazing how the left-handed
58.
players, when using the rest, switch to their right hand. Another great player of bygone years, your doubles partner. You won the World Championship 5 times with Tony Mayo. Used to switch when using the rest from left to right.
Yes, Dean Reynolds.
65.
That clinches the frame. Great session of snooker this has been.
Yeah, I think we all need the interval, don't we, just to get a breather. But it's top-class
73.
stuff we're watching from these two great players.
.74.
It's had a bit of everything this session. First one to crack. Who's
77.
it going to be?
Well,
Trump,
no
77
century
and the
break,
frame.
but he won't bother about that. It's been scintillating snooker we've witnessed. Can't wait for more of this. And the players go to the mid-session interval. We're all square at 10 frames each.
Remember, there's only been one final frame decider here in this year's Crucible. Poomjai against Maguire, 10-9. Are we about to get another? Steve, Dennis, all yours again.
Yeah, you might be right, Hazel. We might get a decider. The way both players have been competing in this session, you can't pick anything between them. Now, can he knock this long red in? He tried one in one of the previous frames and didn't get near it. There's the answer. Beautiful cueing. And a delicate little cannon here. Didn't have to crash into them on that occasion.
8. Nine.
Well, there's not much to pick between these players at the moment, is it? Well, look at the points, 1,000 points each. That's amazing. Big shot coming up. The red at the back of the bunch will go into the right corner. He's going to crash
16.
into the reds. Got to keep your eye on the pot. We've seen Judd miss a black earlier when playing a similar type shot. Where's that cue ball? Where is it? It's
17.
right over the middle pocket. What a chance, Steve.
Yes, very controlled shot. Would have been very unfortunate not to be on a colour the way he played it. He can just drop this in. Choices of reds. The most important
22.
shot of this break so far. All of a sudden, it's a frame-winning chance. Puts a little bit more heat on this shot.
$23.
He's certainly cueing very smoothly at the moment, under extreme pressure. But as I said earlier, Shaun Murphy produces some of his best snooker when he's under pressure. Got plenty of experience.
Yeah, noticed there, I was talking to Stephen Hendry
30.
I think yesterday about the fact he's working with Chris Henry. And you'll notice
31.
that Shaun Murphy has just shortened the length from tip to bridge. He's getting a bit closer with his bridge to the shot. It's similar to, say, Mark King, who plays with a very short length bridge.
38.
And of course that does help cut down the
39.
error. And on this shot now, most players perhaps play with a bridge about a foot, 18 inches, but Shaun getting quite close there. Can be a bit more compact.
46. 47.
Just let that slip away slightly. He's going to need another cannon. I don't know if he can play onto the pink. That would be perfect if he could. Really looks good. He really does.
54.
Got that cue ball under control. He didn't in the second session. He was getting to 30, 40, then running out of position. He hasn't been doing that today.
$55.
First to 13, goes through to the semi-final. Just a few more pots, and Shaun will only be 2 frames away from getting himself into the semi-final. Got a kick there. It's took all the pace out of the cue ball.
62.
Judd's been tweeting at the mid-session interval. Seems to be the in thing these days. The golfers do it, or some of the golfers do it. Well, he's not rushing this shot. He knows the importance of it. It's amazing.
Murphy, 62.
Heavy contact. How costly is that going to be? Because the frame was there for the taking until he got a kick and left the cue ball near the cushion.
1.
Can you believe it? The 19th frame. Judd made a 59 break, missed the red. Shaun cleared up with a 70. Is he going to return the compliment here?
This is a lot harder prospect. Not impossible. Just about. Did the most important
40.
thing. Shifted that red to a more potable position.
15.
So is it going to come down to just that red along the top cushion?
He doesn't want the brown to cover this red. It has. He's going to have to play a more difficult
20.
pot now. There's 2 more reds available. The one up into the right corner. He's had a glance at that. The one to his right. He's coming around to have a look at it. So it's the long straight red. A Judd Trump special required here. Brilliant.
21.
He might have to now play for that red on the cushion that Steve referred to. Oh, that was a bit of a
Judd
twitchy
Trump,
one there
21.
from Judd. Looking back at the table, wondering, how did I miss that?
Yeah, I think he was trying to create a little bit more of an angle to get the white ball back off the cushion, so he wasn't dead straight on the red. Oh, miles out. Has he got away with it? Okay.
He has, Steve. But when he missed it, I thought he was going to leave it over the pocket, but that was another twitchy one. So it's twitching time at the Crucible.
On first glance, it looks like the only thing Judd Trump can do is try and contain the situation, but in rolling up to this red off the top cushion, he could leave himself open to a good safety. He's got to get it tight, very tight, and that's a better way. Took a risk there.
Great stuff this, Steve, isn't it? Tweeting and twitching, you can't beat it.
Yeah, if Judd Trump had just rolled onto that red and not got it close up, Shaun Murphy would have had an easy safety shot, perhaps snookered in behind the black. Much more aggressive safety shot. And this is a tough one to take on, but there's an escape path back down the table in between green and brown.
Well, he got the escape path, but the red is potable. And the white will be heading over towards that red. That's to the left of the yellow.
White plays.
Just a little bit of noise up in the crowd. Key shot coming up here.
I don't think he can avoid collision with other balls here, so it's 100%. Just the pot. Oh, he did. Nicely played. be delighted with the outcome of that.
Although Shaun has a 40-point advantage, one mistake and that lead could disappear.
I think Judd Trump can get through to the red near the green as a shot to nothing.
Yeah, he'd finish on the black if he knocks this in.
He's got to avoid the middle pocket. Breaks, he says. Very thin cut. Hasn't really got too much control over the cue ball.
He hit it far too thin in the end. Has he fluked a snooker behind the yellow? Not quite, I don't think.
Did a little bit of body movement on the shot there when he played that. Just a fraction.
Well, maybe he can't get past the yellow to take this red for the middle pocket.
Yeah.
He only needs that one that's next to the green. But we couldn't quite see from that angle whether he could pass the yellow. Hawkeye tells you he can. Surely Hawkeye's not lying.
He tells pork pies every now and again, I think. Well, if what we saw from Hawkeye was the case, Shaun Murphy would be down and potting it by now.
The camera there tells you that he can't quite. He'd have to bend this slightly.
Problem is, he can't see enough of the red to hit it onto the other red and get them both up the table. So what does he do here? Does he just play as if it's a snooker, go for the red closest to the blue off one cushion? It looks like the red pots into the red by the green pots into the yellow pocket, which makes the situation not that safe on the last red. Problem for Shaun Murphy. I think perhaps he could... I think he'd probably be happy to just hit that red. I think he'd probably get away with it safety-wise, hit the far side of the red. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll take that. Well, he thought for a minute and a half, but it was worth the thinking time. Just hit that a little too hard. I was hoping to get the snooker.
This could mess the green up a bit, which is to Shaun Murphy's advantage. Shaun will be delighted to see that green go a little bit safer. Shaun also won't want to move the red on the side cushion, even though Judd Trump's left-handed. He'll prefer to keep it there. So off the top cushion.
He might just get a snooker here if he gets this right. Well, he's playing the other red. I thought he was playing the... he's missed it completely and given 7 away.
Foul.
And a free ball. I thought he was going to play the other one off the
Judd
cushion and
trumps
just send it up past the green and possibly get a snooker. But he wanted to leave that red, you said, safe, but he never dreamt he'd hit the black. He's got to put him back in from here. He could take the free ball, but if he can't pot, let's see, if he can get through to the pink.
Yeah. I think if he puts Shaun Murphy back in, Shaun's got quite an easy escape. Well, I don't like that much. I think Shaun probably can go off the side cushion and pot the red. Might as well have put it back to where it was. But as you say, Dennis, if the pink went, could make a case for actually going for the pink. Well, a bit lucky there. He got the green back safe again.
You'd think from that angle he could take the red into the right middle pocket, get himself on a colour. It obviously isn't as straightforward. Well, he could. It was always the shot. He'll get an extra 7 points.
He ran too far down the table for any chance of being able to pot the black and screw the red out. Off the back cushion, snooker behind the red, snooker behind the green. Really see the point of that. Get the points.
Well, he needed the points, didn't he?
Might be able to flick the green into play. Don't think he'd be
8.
trying it though. Just got to make sure he gets the red ball safe here. Be a no value double really, or low value double to take on. No guarantee to win the frame, but he may take it. Didn't try.
Judd trump 8.
Could have caused a problem there. Tough to see if Shaun can get through.
I think he can hit the red, but can he see enough of it? Is it a guide to possibly potting the red? He won't cannon into the pink. And it might go close to the corner pocket. Oh, he's hit it all wrong. Surprised he was digging down instead of playing plain ball and trying that, or even if he hits it too thin, he would have got it safe.
Well, it's a chance now for Judd Trump. Okay, the green's on the side cushion, but as we mentioned earlier, he's left-handed. One good positional shot. It could all open out here. It's like a 3/4 ball on the yellow. Not too straight. Perfect.
He'd want to get close to the green. I've put the other little white ball up. If he could get somewhere there and not be dead straight. I don't know if he's got the angle to get over to that white. He's tried to move the green.
7.
Well, I fully expected him to play to the side cushion for the green down the rail. Perhaps that's me getting a bit too aggressive there.
Judd trump 7.
It wasn't that hard a shot down the rail. They haven't been that difficult, have they, down the cushions?
Yeah, I was surprised. Judd being a left-hander, I thought he was going to just drop in behind it, but he felt he could move it. Well, this is well played. If it bounces, it's a snooker behind the pink. It has bounced, but has it bounced far enough? That's the question. Well, and even if it hasn't, he can hit it thin enough to play it off the side cushion and leave it safe. Which is what he's done. He's played that nicely.
Well played, but not good enough. Oh, I thought he was going to hit the blue. Yeah, even better played now. May have forced Judd to come off the top cushion first to try and hit the green onto the side cushion, and then somewhere down on the middle of that bulk cushion. He could play to hit the green onto the black. Let's see if he can see enough of it. Got a chance of snookering Shaun Murphy off of this back cushion.
Something like that, Steve. Well called, well spotted, but he didn't get the green safe, so he'll be delighted to see the white go in behind the pink, that's for sure. He hasn't potted it, surely. Oh, I thought that was going to drop in the middle pocket, and that would have been end of frame. As it is, it still might be the end of frame, but it's Judd that will take it. Oh, this will be a bit of a body blow for Shaun.
Yeah, that first safety escape that he tried to play that he missed, and then the cue ball went behind the black, was the start of all the problems. What a turnaround this has been.
7. Well,
what a turnaround. He looked a strong favourite for this frame.
$18.
Well, it's a bad frame for Shaun Murphy to lose. He made a break of 62. He had a couple of chances, but Judd Trump has done so well to take the frame, and he now leads 11-10.
And what a move from Judd Trump, and it really came down to that green and the way he figured out the snooker on that one.
Yeah, Steve Davis called it quite rightly in commentary. He was always quite clever, Steve, wasn't he? But watch this. Just watch the way he plays it. He doesn't play it too hard. He's trying to half ball the green from the back cushion. But most importantly, the cue ball somewhere around the vicinity of the pink. And how well did he play that? And proved dividends, because Shaun came out of snooker, left it over the middle, and it gave him the chance to win the frame.
And
Great shot.
Hurt.
It's going to hurt. I'm Shaun's so unlucky because he's played a really good shot controlled on the green. To hit it where it doesn't quite go in the pocket, but hit the jaw and come back to be potted, he'll be absolutely sick that's happened.
It is interesting to be asking different questions of these men. I noticed from the last match with Shaun Murphy against Graham Dott, it went 10 frames apiece. Now, he's used to the pressure building in the latter stages of matches. Judd, to this point, has kind of sailed through in the end in his 2 matches. Makes a difference.
I tell you what's quite evident in this, the patience that Judd has shown as well, because he's been tactically very, very good in this match, you know, and he hasn't been sort of thrown caution to the wind that we may have seen during the season, or sometimes even in this championship. He's been tactically quite astute, and as I said before, I think it's just gaining a lot of experience, and it's proven dividends for him in this match so far.
Well, he said, and I read some quotes in the build-up to the championship, where he said he no longer plays naughty snooker. He has tightened up. He calls it conservative snooker now. I'm sure his fans will be absolutely bereft at that news, but it's working.
It's if that's conservative
Exactly.
snooker. I mean, I was in the comments, well, I know, honestly, if I was in there the other night, believe you me, he took the front row out with his elbow on about 3 or 4 of them. So he still have a crack at one of them, but it's conservative by his own standards. Let's play it like that. But the other thing, Shaun, maybe that kick he had on the black Ken in that frame, that frame was all over. These are the things you have to put to your back of your mind and start again.
Okay, so the 2005 champion, Shaun Murphy, has work to do in this quarter-final.
Yeah, that kick that the boys referred to was the turning point. He was on a 62 break, got the kick, finished near the cushion and missed the red in the middle pocket, and that turned the frame around completely. But these things happen. You've got to forget about that. It's still difficult to pick a winner of this one. I know Hazel thinks it's going to go all the way. I think everybody in the Crucible Theatre would like it to go all the way to the deciding frame. Good opening long pot there from Shaun Murphy. Not the best kiss on the yellow. He's looking to see if the red to the right of the black goes, which tells me he's thinking about cutting the brown in. He's on the balk line with the cue ball also, so that always tells you that you've got a chance of cutting this in. But I'm not sure about playing it at that pace.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Got to make sure of the pot. It's a thin cut, and to hit it at that pace makes it a lot more difficult. He wanted to open the game up, but
One.
surely not. He's covered the black. Or has he? Can he bend it slightly?
Well, the body language said he wasn't on it. Bit of a wind up for your opponent, that. I think the guy's messed it up. He just gets down and knocks it in and plays near ideal position.
9.
Just over 6 hours of some fascinating snooker in this quarter-final. Look at all those reds where they're sitting. They're all covered
16.
into the right corner, but there's a few available into this left corner.
17.
Mind you, even they are blocking each other somewhat, so he's going to have to get a cannon shortly. He might even decide to do it now. It looks as if they're all nicely in the open, but they are blocking each other, so a cannon into the little triangular reds near the pink spot might be what Judd plays here. It's not bad.
22.
Hampered slightly.
$23.
The chances there now, though. So that last frame could be the turning point in this match.
He's won 8 of the last 10 frames.
30.
What an ideal time this
31.
would be to turn up the gas.
38. $39. Judd Trump, 39.
Amazing. The only consolation for Judd is the black's gone safe. But let's have another look at this. No kick, just a bad strike there. As I say, that black running safe is very useful from Judd's point of view.
1.
Oh, he looks to have dropped straight on the blue. I think if he just drops the blue in, screws back a fraction, he might. He's just looking to see if he can get to the red to the left of the black. Let's have a look. Just almost dead straight. So just needs to leave the white in such a position that he can get to that red that's to the left of the black. And if he's held the spot, that's even better. It'll go on the black spot, and then he doesn't have too much to do with this red to get himself onto the blue.
Six. Shaun Murphy.
Not a good sign there. It looked as if he could maybe stroke that in and leave himself this side. You know, if he just rolls this red in, he's got the blue for the other corner rather than forcing it across.
Foul.
Well, it's all happening, and
Shaun
there's a
Murphy,
red up
foul.
in the balk area.
Thank you.
We're getting down to the closing stages of this match, and both players starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, it's about time we have one of these frames. It's not great where the balls are, though. Okay.
1.
First red was all right. A couple of reds in the open, but the high colours not nicely placed at the moment. Not too sure he's come right on this. Gee whiz. If he's messed that up from balk, from the D, that's a schoolboy error.
Well, it looks as if he's left himself. If he screws back, he might hit the yellow. That's why he had to stun to avoid canning into the yellow, which means he's faced with a much more difficult pot.
Shaun Murphy, 5.
I think that last frame has just knocked Shaun for 6 at the moment. And all of a sudden, well, maybe that was a kick. That could be a costly kick. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, he got a heavy contact that time.
Well, I would suggest that nothing's certain for the rest of this frame now. Both players have all of a sudden got out of the comfort zone.
6.
You know, I'd forget about the pink and black at the moment, just concentrate on the blue, and then a cannon into the little triangular reds. Get yourself right back into the frame. Don't make it complicated.
7.
He's brought one red into play. So it's got to be colour red and then get on the blue in such a way that you can cannon into the little triangular
Bravo.
reds. So this is a key shot. Got
11.
to get the correct angle on the blue, and you've got to pot the red.
12.
He can force it up and play the cannon here. This could pave the way to winning the frame. How's your luck? Not that good. He's a bit close to this red. He might be able to pot it. He needs a bit of an angle, otherwise he'd push it.
17.
Well, from being that straight on the blue, he hit that as well as he possibly could have done. He's just got enough separation that these are very difficult to play, apart from the fact of avoiding the push shot or the double hit. Ooh, that's very hard. He's come down the table. Looks like he's playing safe. At least that's what he thought about.
Well, if he takes the pot on, the old referee's going to have to keep his eye on this one. He's got to get that tip out of the way if he tries to pot this, otherwise he could push it.
Safety shot of 2 cushions.
Shaun Murphy.
Well, that's a good cue ball he's got there. And the reds, well, they could have gone anywhere once he cannoned into them, but as long as you get the white near that cushion, this may cut. Well, that's a very good safety from Judd there.
Foul, miss. Judd Trump, full.
Better missing than hitting it too thick. Judd just coming to the table, but better to put it back, you would feel, unless he feels he can put Shaun in a more awkward position playing it himself. No, doesn't like it, so can have it put back. 3 options there. You can play the shot yourself, you can have it put back, or you can make the player play from where it's finished.
Okay. Okay.
Got to hit it this time, really. Doesn't want to miss it twice and then be warned about the 3 misses. Well played. Oh, he's going to slip around the back of it. What a mistake this is.
Foul, the miss. Shaun Murphy, full.
What a mistake he's made there.
It's going to be tough to get high on the blue. At least I think it's going to be tough to get high on the blue. Good play for the black. Yeah.
One.
If he can get that black back on the spot, it's a chance.
Yeah.
He had to just hit that full ball and slipped around the back of it. And Shaun's got very little to do with this black. Just drop it in and he'll come across, leave a choice of the reds. We've had a lot of big breaks to win frames in this session. This has been a very tense tactical affair. Both players missing chances, and Shaun almost missed the black there.
One of the few players who doesn't have a screw-in joint in the bottom of his cue, which is a more solid option than putting the extension sleeve over.
Nine.
I'll tell you what, he knocked that in with confidence. And where's the side? I was waiting for the white to come back with side. Is he just about okay? I think he is, but he's going to have to play up for the blue, you would feel. He's 10 points in front.
That's missable now.
Shaun Murphy, 16.
Getting tenser by the minute.
All you snooker fans would have worked out that Judd Trump needs the pink. Wouldn't be that clever to knock the pink up the table off of this shot. Not sure what he was lining up there for a split second. Leave that pink where it is. Judd's just got to be careful he doesn't hit the green on the way back up here with the... Well, he did hit the green, but thin contact. This is a big shot to take on.
Well, you know, Shaun Murphy, he doesn't hold back if he can see half a chance. Will he refuse it and play a good safety shot? The right choice there, you would feel. Could have done without the flick on the brown. It's not a snooker. Full ball contact on the brown. It was a snooker. Well, if he's got the snooker, that's well played.
Yeah, it's what looked like a pretty innocuous little shot. Oh, I think he can get past. Not so bad. If it had been snookered, it was a tricky one to get out of, really. Great shot back, though, from Judd Trump. It looks on first glance to be the two-cushion escape and trust a bit to luck. could swerve round, but it's pretty tight. Cue ball's got to go past the brown, then avoid the blue.
That's what he's looking at. He hasn't knocked it safe, though. Just in between frames, so lots of noise coming from the other side of the curtain. Hasn't put Judd off. Oh, what a flick on the blue that was.
Well, it was advantage Shaun Murphy, and now he's just got to hope that Judd Trump can't get that pink out into play. You'd expect Judd Trump to pop blue, then clear at least up to the blue. Nicely controlled.
6.
It's going to be fascinating to see how he goes about
8.
getting onto that pink.
He's on the brink of 12-10 here.
$11.
That's pretty good. He'd like to come up the right side of the table to be able to pot the blue in the middle, come off the cushion, past the black, move the pink. Can he get over there? He certainly can.
15.
This is a tough shot to judge. It's like a stun shot. Pot the blue, come off the back cushion. Wow, is he going to leave a double? Oh, I think I'd rather play to move it, being a left-hander.
I think he's odds against moving it, to be quite honest, but he did have a quick look at the double. Turned that down. That's the shot he's played. Well, it looks like he's moved it, but not enough. Oh, what did it give him for
20.
another? Half a pound of effort. Well, he's still in the driving seat now. 10 points in front. He only needs the pink. Advantage Judd Trump.
Trump 20.
And a good safety. And this isn't easy to keep safe.
Oh, he's got the double kiss. He got the double kiss. He's got a good cue ball. That's going to pull up. Wow, what a shot Judd Trump's faced with. He will have to take the pot on. There's no easy safety, but look where the cue ball is.
Maybe going towards the same pocket again off 2 cushions. Oh! Moved his body a bit. He could only hit the top of the ball.
Foul for this.
And bizarrely,
Shaun Murphy 6.
he's got away with it.
He's got away with it in one respect, but he could be in trouble after this next shot. He could be snookered behind the black. But how often do you see that at this stage of a match, to see a miscue? But look at this. Is the white going to pull up? Not quite, but he's got a good pink.
Excellent shot from Judd Trump. The scores are no different. Shaun Murphy needs both balls. Judd Trump just needs the pink.
Yeah, how did he miscue and get it safe? It's amazing. Didn't make any difference to the frame because of where it finished up.
That's an excellent shot. Another difficult one for Judd Trump to play. I don't necessarily think he can play side to side on this one. It's got to be up and down. Oh, he has tried to. Yeah, good shot. Wasn't as easy to play that one side to side. It's much more of a common containing safety shot these days than risking sending the cue ball, the object ball up the table and leave your opponent a chance at a pot into the corner pocket. Oh, has he let the pink go? Oh, very nicely judged.
Settle down, Steve, settle down.
Thought he did it too hard.
This is good stuff. Who's going to make the mistake? Cat and mouse. It's like a game of chess with balls at the moment.
It's a monstrous frame in the context of the match. Shaun Murphy may play side-to-side safety here as well. Well, that was aggressive and a mistake, I feel. Side-to-side safety was nailed on, and he's left it over the pocket trying to get a snooker.
Yeah, you never know where the object ball's going when you hit cushion first. Maybe just the wrong choice on this occasion, but whatever. And it is tense. Where's the pink going? Where's the pink? Is it going to be safe? The white's following it up the table. He's got it safe. Wow. It's all happening here at the Crucible.
Please.
This is thin. This is very thin.
Well, if he cuts it in, the white's going to go way down the table and back up again. He's taking it on. Keep your eye on the cue ball. Keep your eye on the cue ball. Keep your... Oh!
6.
Well, if he misses the middle pocket, he would have been perfect on the black. He's looking at cutting this in. What a shot this would be.
I don't think the green pocket comes into the equation here. It's just plain ball pot.
No, that's okay.
Shaun Murphy, 6.
Well, I think the green pocket did come into the equation. If he'd have caught that a bit thicker, that cue ball would have been even closer to the corner. This is even thinner. Can't take this on, surely.
It needs to run on a little bit. That's pretty good.
Under the circumstances, excellent there. Once again, side-to-side safety. But don't leave the double. And he hasn't really left a simple double. In trying to double this, Judd Trump would be losing control of the cue ball. So the right shot is a safety. But if it goes in...
He's tried the double, but he played it in such a way that he missed it on the right side of the pocket. Maybe he didn't try the double, but the black went reasonably close to that middle pocket, and Shaun Murphy's faced with, well, you know what Shaun's like. He sometimes can't resist, and
there's no great safety on.
What a pot this would be. He's left a long straight black, and he hit that very hard. How hard will Judd hit this one?
Shaun played a clever shot there. He played the stun run through to try and get that cue ball down out of harm's way if he missed it.
I'll tell you what, Steve, Shaun is right down the line of this pot. He will know if the black's in before anybody. He's sitting right in line with it. Where's the black going to finish? And Judd seemed to hit it a little harder than he needed also. What
Thank
a
you. Quiet,
tense
please.
frame this has been. Almost half an hour's play. And this is still anyone's quarter-final. You don't see Shaun Murphy react like that very often, but he's all square. It's 11 each.
You're absolutely right, Dennis. You very rarely see Shaun Murphy react like that, but no wonder. An absolutely sensational frame for drama.
Everything. I mean, I've got sweaty palms.
So have I.
Anybody I'm watching it, I'm going, oh, not that shot, not the other one. It's absolutely been fantastic. Some of the shots on the black were brilliant. You can tell the tension's there. Boy, did Judd give that a thump, the last black, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I mean, have a look at this. Have a look at this. Well, that was the missed. Judd Trump missed that into the green pocket. He's left that for Shaun, and there's his reaction. Fantastic reaction. But I think Judd Trump will be absolutely kicking himself. When Shaun Murphy attempted that snooker behind the black with the pink and black left, and the pink went over the green pocket. I mean, it was a straightforward shot for frame.
Everything, didn't it? Because, you know, he had a couple of chances on the pink as well. Then we had that dramatic miscue, chasing the black all the way around the houses. Extraordinary stuff.
Do you think this means anything to anybody else here at the moment? It's absolutely incredible. I mean, if that's the start of the twitching as we were and what was going on, I mean, the miscue is absolutely incredible. I mean, if you look at this, I mean, look, everything looks all right there, but he's trying to. I mean, that's so unusual to see. It
was a fantastically difficult attempt at a pot, though, from that angle, from where the white was.
Yeah, but you don't expect somebody at this level to be miscuing from there. And I tell you what, if anything, he's lucky when he's miscued. He's left a cue ball where he's left it. Because if he hits it hard, it comes back up off the cushion. If he hits it softer, it's on the pink. So he actually, in effect, got away with that.
Interesting to note that Judd Trump stayed in there whilst Shaun's walked out, clearly very demonstrative. Because he knows he's been within a whisker of coming close to the semi-final there. Now it's a real test.
Well, sometimes, you know, when the pressure really gets to you, you actually gets to you in your legs as well. I mean, sometimes you just want to sit down because you're so drained from the pressure of those misses. He'll know the importance of it. And, like, maybe he just wanted to just sit down and just relax. And Murphy's obviously pumped up. He wants to get out. But sometimes it is best to get out and just clear your head a little bit, but sometimes you just can't. The pressure sort of takes
There's certainly both of them going through the mill this afternoon, because Shaun should have won the frame before, got the kick, lost it to the game. Judd, you should have won that one with the pink over that. I mean, honestly, the two of them are going right through. This is championship snooker at the highest level, with two players desperate to get through.
How do you read the next frame?
It's huge. I mean, every frame is huge, you know, but it's like, as the great Sir Alex Ferguson would say, squeaky bum time. And it's huge for both players, just to get their nose in front, you know, one up with two to play is a nice position to be in. But after that last frame, it's going to be so. You know, we said it's going to go right to the wire. We think it still will.
How important? I did mention earlier on that Shaun had come through a very tight match against Graham Dott. In some respects, will that stand him in good stead as we come towards the end of this one, John?
I honestly don't think it's going to make that much difference in this at the moment. It's what's out there in front of you and who's going to handle it the best and get the chances.
All right. Well, Steve Davis was certainly pretty excited, as indeed were we all in that last frame. We're sending in the pills, Steve.
I think he needs them. I've never known him get so excited. He certainly didn't get that excited when he was playing and beating everybody. Can Shaun start with one of his famous long pots? These boys are just hitting the balls at the moment harder than they normally would do. And the harder you hit them, the less chance the pocket has of accepting them. We've seen them both hit the black harder than they needed the previous frame.
One.
And what about that for an opener? The black wasn't available. How well did he hit this? How's your luck? Oh, that little flick. Has it helped things? Do you know, it looks as if he's covered everything. You wouldn't believe it. There's only one red up into the corner that might be available. Let's have a look at this again. He couldn't have hit this any better, but they're all covering each other.
Well, he's got a bit of awkward cueing, but in one shot he could open the black out here. He's got to go for it. Pot the red, cannon the other red away.
He has a gap through to that one, Steve, as you said, and he's done exactly as you predicted. Yeah, for a moment I thought he was unlucky there, but he picked out a little beauty, and the chance is there now.
14.
We always got a kick, but I think he's
15.
just okay, but it was a heavy contact. Well, we had a 30-minute frame with a lot of drama. This one might not last as long.
That
wasn't great. Loads of area of the table where he would have had ideal position, and he's found an area of the table that's not ideal. Can he just screw around the back of that red for the black in the same pocket?
23.
Nicely played. Easy to have gone wrong, that. Normal service has been resumed for Judd Trump, and he just needs to keep his composure here because it's an ideal opportunity. It's not something he struggles at on the big occasion.
$38. 39.
Three difficult
46.
reds on the table, but he won't need them to get over the line.
47.
Didn't really get that much
54.
movement on the cue ball there. Wanted to be closer to the red over the right middle. Just checking to see if the blue goes past the red. I think it does.
$55.
Well, both these players proving that under pressure they can produce the goods. We've seen
60.
an awful lot of twitching in the previous frame, and now we're seeing Judd back to his best again.
$61.
Just a couple more pots away from securing this frame with one visit.
$68.
Someone in the audience, just a little bit of movement.
$69. $74.
This seals the frame completely, I would say.
75.
And I think Judd just displaying what a great temperament he has after what happened in the previous frame. He missed a sitter of a pink, but he's forgotten all about that.
82.
And he's getting on with the job in hand. And this is superb from this young player. from Bristol. Shaun Murphy has got to get himself ready for the next frame.
Yes, and this excellent break has earned Judd
90.
the right to have 2 bites at the cherry for a place in the semi-final.
Judd Trump 90.
No
and the frame.
century break, but Judd won't even consider that. That was a fabulous break of 90, showing his mettle there. And Judd Trump has got himself into the lead at 12-11. He just needs one more frame for a place in the semi-final.
And what did that to break a 90 tell us about this young man's temperament out there, as Dennis was saying?
Fantastic. I mean, it's been a feature today that every time he's had a setback, like early on he lost that frame to the clearance, came back straight away the next frame. You know, really good. I mean, he's maturing as a match player. Yes, he still likes to play the shots and play over them, but there's certain aspects of the game you can see just improving and being better than they were.
Takes some doing, Ken, because after
Yeah.
a setback like he's just had, clearly, and the miscue as well, which is bound to unsettle you in a pressure situation.
Absolutely, it is a little bit nervy, and particularly the way he lost that frame. And sometimes you sort of, your head goes a little bit fuzzy, you know, and that's just pressure. And that's exactly what happens. You can't, you know, concentrate. You can't see the shots as clearly, and sometimes you see everything that's a little bit awkward. But he had one particular shot in that at the beginning of that frame that really set the break open. Steve Davis rightly called it. One shot, nice red into the corner, a little bit awkward cueing, opened up the black, and then went on, and that was a big shot. He missed a few on the last one, but that was a fantastic break. And as Dennis said, to hold his temperament, it showed a lot of class.
Yeah.
He's thrown the gauntlet down again to Shaun. He said, look, I'm ready to win. You know, I've got to do it. It's up to you. You know, if you're going to come back, you've got to do the same as me.
Indeed, and in some respects, it's taken the steam out of Shaun Murphy, because he came back all pumped up, clearly, after that fist bump going out there, and now he's back to square one, effectively.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll always remember it, and that was the reason I said about Judd Trump sometimes sitting in your chair. Sometimes your legs, you know, you get a little bit weak in the legs. Steve Davis said, you know, in 85, his legs didn't feel like his own, and sometimes that does happen. Sometimes you just need to sit down, just relax, clear your head. And it sort of worked out for him a little bit there, you know. But it was a fantastic break. Takes a lot of character. There's a lot of pressure on these guys for you know, just to get into that semi-final. It's a big
Indeed,
match.
and we haven't had many pressure finishes like this at the Crucible so far this year. It's been a strange championship in that respect, and this is what we all love about this venue.
Absolutely, and if you were right in your prediction early on, and this goes to the final frame, it'll only be the second one in the championship.
Oh, I don't know if it was a prediction, John. I think it was simply wishful thinking on my part. Back we go.
And attempted a long pot for Judd. Superb, and look where he put the cue ball. That was very confidently played, and these boys have got the whole of the Crucible to themselves as we show you that long pot. Play finished on the other table, no distractions now, and there was a big cheer went up when they lifted that curtain. I'm not sure about this one. This may be out of position. He's going to have to take the one to the right of the blue.
3.
That was a bit of adrenaline, I feel. Don't think he was trying to screw onto the blue. He's hit that with 3 feet more pace than he needed.
Well, another long pot for Judd to go at. Oh, and look what's happened.
Trump 3.
The only red he could leave was the one he took on, and it hit the brown and has left an easy starter for Shaun. And he can get up to the business end of the table in a couple of shots' time, just having a look. Those 2 reds, or one of them goes. He's thinking a couple of shots ahead there.
Yeah, it would be nice if one of those 2 reds to the left of the pink did go, because he could go red, green, and then use one of those reds where he's lining up now to get nicely on the black to open things up from the black. But those 3 reds around the black are in the way of each other a bit.
One.
Looks quite tight. He wants to get relatively straight on this outside red.
Just watch this red. Shaun was
4.
pleasantly surprised to see that miss the pocket.
Five.
Just a couple of delicate little shots required here just to clear the black spot area for both corners. Oh, is he just okay? I think he is.
That was perfectly
12.
played. Deserves to be on this red.
13.
Oh, that wasn't perfectly played by any means. He might still have a red to the left middle, but that was a careless one from Shaun there.
It was either a misjudgment of the
20.
path that the cue ball was going to go on, or he failed to put any topspin on if he was going to try and come to the right-hand side of the table. Is there a gap?
Oh, it's a big shot he's looking at here. If it doesn't go into the middle pocket, he's got to take it up into the corner. He'd prefer the middle.
Great
It's there.
21.
No prizes for guessing this shot. At least I think it's nailed on. Wow, there are prizes.
Didn't take the risk of going straight into the pink.
I think I'd have had to have gone into it. Panic would have set in. He's got to go into them at some stage. Will he get a better chance than that?
27.
If he had had a better angle, he could have gone into them this time because he has the loose red as a little bit of insurance, and he might be able to do that. He certainly has. Where's the red going? It's okay. Getting excited again. We'll have to settle down.
Marvellously
34.
well played from Shaun Murphy. Didn't panic.
$35.
Well, what a quarter-final these two players have given us here. It's been fascinating all the way through. It really has. It deserves a deciding frame. Judd wouldn't like to see that, but there's every chance that might happen now. Just roll the black in, the red's near the middle. And then get nicely onto the blue. There is a red available to the right of the bunch.
42. $43.
He can play on that one red that's potable into the left corner pocket. And then he's going to need a little cannon. So imperative he gets a good position on the black.
48. $49.
Doesn't have to crash into them. If he gets a cannon on the red to the right of that little bunch, he'd be okay. Let's see how he plays it. He's played that cannon, and it's worked out. It wasn't as he intended, but he'll take that. He wanted a fuller contact. He wanted to hit that
56.
red full ball, but that'll do very nicely. Well, you've got to take your hat off to both players.
57.
We've seen that tactical frame where they were both twitching, and then we've seen Judd knock a 90 break in, and Shaun's come right back with this. It's brilliant stuff we're watching here.
$64. $66.
lay it out. The black to make absolutely sure. I'll tell you what, Steve, that Hazel Irvine of ours knows her snooker. She predicted a final frame decider about an hour and a half ago. She knows what she's talking about.
Yeah, it's a shame there has to be a winner.
He's out of position here, but he's not really bothered. He can take a double on to possibly make a century. The crowd knew the double was in. Not the best flick there. Another double? Is it there? Not quite, but what a response from Shaun Murphy. Judd Trump made a 90 break in the previous frame. He's bounced right back with that break of 88. And would you believe it? It's 12 frames all. We've got ourselves a decider. Well, Steve, you know, it was exciting when you used to be out there playing, but the boys in the studio were saying their hands were perspiring. My hands are perspiring here, and I've never seen you get so excited, Steve.
It's been a fantastic match, and as Hazel said, there haven't been many close matches between some of the heavyweights of the game. This is for a place in the semi-final and the one-table setup. Both players will be so delighted with how they played so far, but it's all about winning. Doesn't matter how well you played, this one frame, that's all you want to do is win it.
It's all about getting a chance. As John Parrott says, you just want one chance. If you don't take it, well, that's the way it goes, but as long as you get that chance. So it's going to be fascinating to see how it pans out. Shaun Murphy looking to give himself a chance of winning his second world title. Judd Trump, who has been a world #1 but yet to be world champion. There's a lot riding on this deciding frame, but haven't they put a fabulous quarter-final on for everyone? As I say, they've got the whole of the crucible to themselves. Handshakes and little smiles.
Thank you. 25th and final frame. Judd Trump to break.
Off we go then with a deciding frame for a place in the quarter-final. And straight away, Shaun is faced with that red that Judd seems to leave on off the break-off shot each time. But boy, is this tough under the circumstances. Oh, wow, what a start! What a start! Finished a little awkward though. Can't do a great deal with the cue ball being so close to the cushion. In fact, very difficult to get anywhere near a red from that situation.
Yeah, another balls without would make it an easier prospect. Not guaranteed he's playing the pot even.
No, the way he's looking there, he's just finding a good safe
Yellow
spot
ball.
on the ball cushion.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
That's the distance of that opening brilliant pot, but didn't get the white where he intended.
Got to be careful here, he doesn't send the red over to the left corner. That's why he played it ultra thin and very well played. This safety shot may well be opening the Reds up even more.
The only thing, it's difficult from the right side of the bunch to get in behind the green and brown, and the yellow's off its spot. So nothing over the left side of the table to get behind. Just relying on getting it near the cushion. What's he looking at here? Is he looking at a possible plant? He's looked at the two reds, but where he is there.
Wow, it is a possible plant. Oh. That's a brave shot to take on. Screw back to balk. He's not playing it, but... Plant's been destroyed now, so... Tight frame. Black for once out of play.
Well, we've had two frames decided with one visit. Could this deciding frame be a tactical affair? That now sends the yellow over there also, so that's the target, trying to get onto or behind the yellow. You're guaranteed a snooker behind the green and brown. Absolutely nothing to play behind over that side of the table.
Chance now to get in behind the yellow. She's got to make sure he doesn't push reds towards the right corner.
That's what he's looking at. Not quite. And all of a sudden, you could hear a pin drop in the crucible. No distractions from the other table. Doesn't get any better than this. A deciding frame, Crucible Theatre. Everybody's loving this.
Can he pot this red? Oh. Thought there was a gap. As it was. Mishit it to some degree. Got away with it. Or is there a red Judd can play? Yeah. Just by the pink.
Now, which player is going to get the cue ball over behind those three balk colours? The first to do that could gain an
Send phone off,
advantage.
please.
And can you get your breath? Deciding frame, and someone's left the phone on. You cannot get your breath. It's much tougher to get down off the red that's near the cushion. That's to the left of the whole bunch of reds. The ones near the pink, it's easier to get down off those.
It's getting much tougher to make a frame-winning break.
This looks a better line with the cue ball. Is he hard enough? And where's the red coming? He's brought the red up, so the mistake is made. Judd gets the first chance.
Would consider himself unlucky for that red to escape back up the table with so many reds around.
Well,
That's going to come up short. The pink's awkward. The black's out of commission at the moment. Pink's not available into either corner pockets, is available into the left middle only at the moment.
Six. Seven.
Well, he didn't pot it in the middle of the pocket that time, which means he didn't get the right side of the blue. Have a look at this, went in off the right side of the pocket there. Now, if he could get himself onto his next red here, there's every chance that he could get the pink into play shortly.
The red to the left of the pink would be nice to get on, especially if it goes past the other red. He's lost it there completely. That's
12.
Misjudgment, just a total misjudgment off of 2 cushions, really. He certainly wanted to come down more the left-hand side of the table.
Yeah, they're all covering each other, aren't they? The pink's covering the white. There's nothing that'll pass. See, that red won't pass the other red.
Actually, I misjudged that myself. That red doesn't go past the red. So he actually came too far down the left-hand side of the table. It was the red to the right of the pink that went. Yeah. Well, arguably an even bigger misjudgment there by Judd Trump to lose that cue ball down the table.
He's got to just concentrate and try and get in behind the yellow. This is not a bad effort. This is not a bad effort. It needs to keep going, though, because he's pushed one near the right corner. Chance. But the white will be heading towards the 3 reds. And if he misses the red and the pink, the white will go dangerously close to that left middle pocket. He's counting the reds. How's your luck?
1.
Well, he's come in a nasty place on the blue. It's an ultra thin cut into the middle pocket with the rest. Patience may well be required here from Shaun Murphy. It's a very brave pink, I know that. He's having a look at it. Great shot from Judd Trump. Very close to putting Shaun Murphy in a lot of trouble. So Shaun seems to have turned down the pink. He's not considering the blue. So it's a safety shot. What about off the back cushion to hit the yellow, Dennis? Is that worth anything?
It might be, but I wouldn't like to be taking that on.
He's not even looking at that now.
He can glance off the blue and keep the white tight on the cushion. I don't think he can get in behind the yellow off the blue.
Well, off the back cushion to hit the yellow is a way of playing it safe.
Yeah, the angles to do that, you'd have to be spot on. If you missed the yellow, you could leave a free ball.
Shaun Murphy, 1.
Well, I think at this level, choices of shots, a bit of a grey area, really. What he's done is left Judd clear on a red with a chance of having to get back down the table. So, in a way, sort of asking the question, can you get back down the table instead of playing a rolling up into the back of the pack sort of shot? And actually, that you could get an error that way, couldn't you?
It really is fascinating to watch this.
Judd's having none of it.
He's given the advantage, though, to Shaun.
I think it was the right shot from Judd. Shaun can play thin off a red by the black spot down in behind the yellow, but it's going to be very, very hard now to force an advantage and force an error.
Yeah, there's every chance of a snooker here. Needs to keep going, though. And it does. But it might not have gone far enough. I think Judd can see the left side of the table, but if he plays to come back down off this, he could double kiss this and leave the white in amongst the reds. This is a delicate safety shot he's faced with. He's played it well. He's played it very well.
Oh, what a time to get a frame like this.
We had 2 frames that one lasted just over 7 minutes, the other just over 8 minutes. We've been going 14 minutes. But this is what the game sometimes is all about. And there's a red gone right next to the black. Bit thick this time. Not too much damage done because either pot has got so much risk. You have no guarantee of getting onto a colour.
Called it a bit thick. Didn't look at first as if there was any damage. As you say, done there, Dennis. Shaun Murphy's got a tempter of a red to the right corner. But it would only be a tempter if he could guarantee getting that cue ball out into open play. Doesn't look like that's the case. He's good with the rest. He's taking it on, I think.
There might be a gap. Big shot, as you say, Steve. He's played it with a lot of side, though. That's why he missed the pot. He didn't want to cannon into the red and pink. Look at that scoreline. 12, 12, 12, 2. There's a lot of 12s there. But 13 is the magic number.
Fractionally thick from Judd Trump again. Just snuck behind the green. It looks like all Shaun can do is play thin off the red on the left-hand side cushion, and all of a sudden use those angles to try and get some type of snooker. Was he going for it? No, surely not.
No.
The way he just... Ooh. The way he got down to that, as if he was going for it. He's mishit that a lot thicker than Judd's, and I would suggest no damage done.
Well, there is a red that'll pot into the right corner, but the cue ball would be careering into the reds. Match time just over 7 hours. Now, is Judd gonna... He's thinking about taking this on and just trusting to luck, playing it with a lot of power, but that little shake of the head tells you it's the wrong shot. Good safety shot. Try and get in behind one of those ball colours. He's not going to risk any reckless shots at this stage. That's pretty good. He really has played some superb tactical play. He's ahead of Shaun Murphy in the safety success department. There it is, 88% to Shaun Murphy's 85%. Who would have thought that before this match started? But he is developing into an all-round player as Judd. A couple of years ago when he got to the final, I said he was the greatest potter I'd ever seen. I've never seen potting like it. But he's now got a pretty good tactical game also.
What's fascinating here is two of the greatest aggressive shot makers in the game forced to play a tactical last frame. Is there a possibility, Dennis, of twice across the table to lay on the red by the black?
There's a couple of options open to him, and if he did land on that red, he'd have to be very precise because there's a couple of reds would pot into the right corner. That's what he's looking at there. So it's tough. He could go twice across, but it looks as if he's... Is he going for the old... He was going to go for the two cushion escape. Now he's looking at twice across. And he can land on that one that's to the right of the black, if he judges it. Now let's see. This looks pretty good line. Needs to keep going though. Needs to keep going. Is it there? It's hit the red. It's hit it. What a great escape.
It's so good, it's still hitting it.
I wasn't sure if he was going to reach there, but just at the end, let's have a look. Is he just near touch?
Oh, that is not touching. Did our referee say touching ball there? Not sure.
Can he see enough of this to pot it? He can, but he's nowhere near the pot. He played that as a sort of shot to nothing. If I knock this in, I'm on a ball colour, but well, it looked as if someone moved the pocket there, because unlike Judd Trump to miss one by that much, now Shaun Murphy's got this red into the right corner, but now he's a very aggressive player. If he takes this on, he's no idea where the cue ball is going to finish. He's going to pot this with lots of pace. Oh, big shot. He's unlucky. He had no idea where the cue ball was going to finish, but he didn't think he was going to finish on the cushion.
He didn't cannon that red as he thought he was going to. He thought he was going to get a half-ball collision there that would have perhaps got the cue ball into open play. Wow.
He was walking around the table and he was still laughing there. He can't believe where the cue ball finished. He can play the brown as long as he covers the red that's to the left of the blue.
That's risky. It is risky. He knows full well Judd's capable of potting that red in the middle pocket. He may be better just playing the blue full in the face and sending the cue ball down into the middle of the bulk cushion.
That shot is available to him. He'd have to get it absolutely spot on, though.
Blue ball.
Off the blue, off the side cushion. He's left the red, I think. Unless it's landed tight on the yellow. Maybe it has.
Well, he's been so fortunate there. Judd looked to the heavens. Touching the yellow. Snooker Judd on everything other than that red. Is he taking this on?
Well, what sort of choice of shot was that? Was he so disappointed at how Shaun left the balls. I can't believe he got down, hammered that, but
Just when you want an easy chance. Shaun. This was Judd Trump looking at how the yellow got in the way.
well, there's the reaction from Judd, but he's played so many good safety shots, but the shot he took on there, I mean, he could have stuck the lot up.
One.
That was a superb shot.
Just tucking in behind the yellow here. It's what he's looking to see. He can't cut that in. It looks too thin. Well, the way he's looking, he's going to take the cut on. Well, Judd took a very reckless shot on previously.
Yellow ball.
No, he's decided. I mean, that there, boy, he could have lost his
Shaun
quarter-final
Murphy.
with that one shot. He's in behind the yellow, as we said would happen. Or is he? He is. Twice across the table would be okay this time to land on the red to the right of the black. I think he can see enough of the side cushion. He could play it with a touch aside to get there. That's the shot that could be available to Judd, and he would be pretty safe. He's looking at just coming off the side cushion to play the red near the middle pocket, but that's, I think, twice across has got to be the shot. I think he's now looking at that. That's the one, I would feel.
Just. Excellent shot. And also a small headache for Shaun Murphy. That red over the middle pocket will be causing a few problems. And it's a little bit risky to try and send it back up the table without getting the double kiss. This is something, if he's going to play that way, it's something you've got to know your angles, how they, both the balls come off correctly identified. Correctly identified the double kiss wasn't on, and you have to be very sure of yourself on that shot.
Oh, that's not the way he played it. He'll take that, though. I mean, this is a battle. 26 minutes and 21 seconds and counting. There's still 9 reds left on the table. Who would have thought that? But watch this here. He just hit it far too thin and almost hit that red and somehow got back up the table.
Playing this as not to try and cut this into the pocket, but just to hit the jaws. And then wobble it across the table. Didn't play it. Well, if he did, braver than most. It's a natural shot to play that as a safety shot. Top cushion, hit the bump and send it back along the table. And of course he had so much pace on the cue ball, it really couldn't have been the shot he played.
He's one of the best in the business with the rest. But boy, does he need some shot here, not only the pot. But to get on a red,
Yellow ball.
he's playing the yellow to get in behind the... Well, can he get in behind the brown? Don't blame him. Don't blame him for refusing the green. Has he got in behind the brown? He has. Well, there's no escape similar to the one he played previously. That's near the black. Oh, well played, well judged. That wasn't as easy an angle as the previous escape. Well, if you've just come in from work and you've settled down in front of the television with your tea, you're seeing some fantastic drama here. We've had an unbelievable quarter-final and a very awkward deciding frame, but very tense. The players have made 90 break, 88 break to get all square. And we're seeing some terrific tactical play here.
Beautifully judged safety shot from Judd Trump. But it's still so difficult to force an error.
Yeah, the first frame was the longest frame of this match. It lasted just over 38 minutes. It was a tactical frame, but it didn't have the tension that this frame has. Has he judged it as good as Judd? He has. You can send him down towards the blue again, just slip off that red that's just above the black spot, a little thin one, and as long as he doesn't go in the corner pocket, he might get in behind the blue again. He might just get in behind the blue again. This Crucible crowd are enjoying every minute of this. That's a beauty. Well, he'd love to lay on the red that's to the left of the black and reds that are on this back cushion. But how can he get an angle? There's the Crucible. It's just the most fantastic place to be out there playing in. Can he get around the angles? That's near the middle pocket, that.
Turn the phone off, please. Foul and a miss. Judd Trump full.
And that will have to go back. It's a delicate little angle he's looking at because he's so close to the first cushion that he's trying to hit. Going to come up short, and he might leave the red. The red will pot.
Judd Trump full.
So it's a chance for Judd. That fabulous snooker he got in behind the blue. has given himself a chance, but look at the way the reds are. That puts him 20 points in front. You can see a couple more reds and pinks, but where's the other ball's going to come from?
Seven. Eight.
Well, this 30-point lead is made more valuable by the state of the balls, but he'd love to convert it into more. Clever shot.
Well, that's certainly converted one of the reds, and being a left-hander, the other one that's near the cushion's not too badly placed for Judd. He's got a screw back for the pink here. Well, he's just adrenaline there, wasn't it, Steve?
With the extra weight of the cue there, with the extension on, gave the shot more force. And actually, in some ways, this is not a bad situation for Judd Trump, because he can try and pick off colour at a time, extend his lead with very little risk.
Little shake of the head. He's got an angle to pot the pink and try and cannon the red out here, and that's what he's going to attempt. Well, it's finished in no man's land. He tried to drop on that red, but he's got an extra 6 points. He's 40 points in front. He's got 4 reds
21.
tied up in the cushion. He can glance off this and leave it up near the baulk cushion. A little thin one. I think he can get off the side cushion, miss the middle pocket. He's just going round to have a look where he'd like to put the cue ball. So he's certainly in the driving seat at the moment. But if Shaun can get some of those reds into play, and possibly the black, there may be a long way to go yet in this frame.
Judd Trump, 21.
And maybe a chance to bring the black into play. He could take the pot on, but if he doubles the red across the table, gets the white down behind the green, that red may free the 2 reds and black. It's just how he feels. He's looking at the potting angle, but that other shot is available to him. But he's quite an aggressive player, and the way he's queuing up, he's taking this on. It's a cracking pot. He's a bit unlucky with the cue ball.
1.
It was a cracking pot. Could have been tears if it had gone wrong. There's no clear-cut opportunity to win the frame in one visit, but Shaun played a very brave shot there.
Pot the pink, bring the black into play, and possibly a couple of reds, send the white up towards the brown. This could be a key shot. I said the reds were all tied up,
7.
and the black was. There won't be after this next shot.
He's got to be careful with that first red, that it doesn't escape into a potable position. Don't knock the brown in.
Foul. 7, Shaun Murphy. 4, Judd Trump.
That was
Thank
very
you.
unlucky. Okay, he hasn't left a pot on for Judd, but I say he hasn't left a pot. He'll try and cut this in with safety in mind. Oh, he's made a bit of a mess of it. A couple of minutes ago, everything was tied up. It's not tied up now. Another aggressive pot from Shaun.
One.
Does this fella pull some shots out under pressure? He's on the black, I think. And if the red goes, as we show you that fabulous pot, if the red goes past the other red, Judd, he won't be able to tell from his seat. But I think the red, or one of the two reds, goes. What a shot that last one was. And that's just about perfect.
Eight.
What a magnificent recovery to try and get back in this frame. He looked like he was down and out.
Now the longest frame of the match, the most exciting frame of the match. And it's certainly the most important frame of the match. He's got the angle. If he can nudge, he doesn't want to double kiss this red. If he tries to just move it out, he needs to hit it half ball. The last thing he would want to do would be to double kiss this one and leave himself out of position. This is such a key shot coming up. And can you believe it? He didn't want to double kiss it and he missed it altogether, but he seemed to hit that harder than he needed.
16.
Bad mistake.
Well, a half ball stun on the other side. Should have released the red. Has he got a good snooker behind the brown? I think he has.
Shaun Murphy, 16.
What a frame. Oh.
Well, he's loving it. Shaun's smiling away. He relishes this sort of situation. He really does. And Judd, well, what a tough safety he's faced with here. Full length of the table, needs a thin contact. And I'm not surprised that that's happened.
Foul, miss. Shaun Murphy, full.
It's not a free ball.
Oh, I tell you what.
He'll be put back.
Yeah, put back.
Terry, can you just bring it for deal, please?
Just have to check where the yellow was. He's just asking the scorer to have a look at the monitor.
Yellow.
That's where it was originally. Let's have a look where it is now. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Now he's got to get the white back. The yellow's not the important one.
Okay.
It's the cue ball. There might be a little chalk mark on the cloth where you push the cue through, which will help him. But how close was he to the cushion?
Is that okay?
Let's have a look at the original. Let's have a look at it now. Oh, it's a bit closer to the cushion there, I think. Makes it slightly more difficult.
It's got to be so critical.
Well, the closer you are to the cushion, the more difficult striking it is. It's only a fraction.
This is where the honesty of the players come in. There's no way that Judd would try and get an advantage from this.
Let's have a look at the original. That's it. Now let's have a look now. You see, it's still a wee bit closer to the cushion, but it's not far away. No, I think it was. I think you could see more of it than that. I mean, you can't even see the red. It's got to be moved slightly to the right as we look at it. Well, do you know, he's making it worse for himself there, Judd. Believe it or not, just a little bit like the footballers there. So they never don't fall in the penalty area or anything like that, do they?
Nope. I think we're going to be happy now.
Now that's where it was before. Let's see now. That's just about right. Now that's great sportsmanship. Judd was making it slightly more difficult for himself, so he can only just get to the edge of it. He's got the option of coming off the side cushion and trying to nestle on the red, but he's worried about pushing it into a potable position. Here we go. He's left a possible pot. He needs the yellow to come to the rescue. And it has. Well, a little fortunate, but he'll take that. He was hoping to get the white down near the cushion, and for the yellow to come to his rescue was very important. Oh, he's just okay. He's looking at the potting angle, but boy, is that thin. He's got an easy safety off the left side of the red, but he's going to need the extended rest if he's going to come down off that one.
This frame for a place in the semi-final, almost certainly against Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Who will it be? Will it be Judd Trump, or will it be the magician Shaun Murphy? Well, is he taking the cut on? It looks as if he is, but he's changed his mind. It's just too thin. I like this shot. I like this a lot. I like this shot very much indeed. He thought about trying to cut that in. He made the right decision.
We are staying with this final frame decider until its conclusion. Eggheads will follow straight afterwards.
Where's the red? Where is the red? It looks as if it might cut. So the chances there, 17 points the difference. Can he get himself onto a colour? It's a thin one. He might come back up towards the pink and black. If he drops nicely on this pink, it could be the end of the quarter-final. And he's dropped nicely on it. But that tough red, Shaun knows that that might come to his rescue. Well, now he's got to play the snooker now behind the black. You can't take this on across the cushion. Not at this stage, surely. He's 24 in front. He's within one shot of a place in the semi-final. It's make your mind up time. Surely he's got to play the snooker.
He seemed to hit that too hard. He wanted to just drop in behind it. Can't believe he was trying to shift it off the cushion, was he?
I think he did try to move it, so he didn't want to have the risky one along the cushion. Now he's got to send the red around and get the snooker behind the black.
This is the bravest pot, should he take it on.
He's guaranteed a good safety, a possible snooker, but it's up to Judd. Well, he could have played it a lot better than that. The white should have been in behind the black. I think he got himself a little confused. He just couldn't make his mind up. And
quiet, please.
That's a poor shot he's played there. Well, can Shaun the magician Murphy wave his magic wand one more time. Not quite. Where's the red going? Needs a good safety shot here. If he's going to try and get the snooker behind the pink and black, he wants the white back behind the black spot area. He's got to make sure he doesn't send the red onto the yellow. If he misses the yellow with the red, he'll get it near the ball cushion. Not the best. One good pot from Judd Trump, and he's in the semi-final. Boy, is it a tough one, though. Is he on a colour, though? Oh, he's faced with a long black. He's 25 in front. Does he play the snooker? The percentage would be
Black ball.
to play the snooker. And that's what he's done. Put the pressure on your opponent.
Well, he had the opportunity to try and pot the black into the green pocket, screw back to the top cushion. He's gone for the more conservative option. One lucky shot from Shaun Murphy gets him back into this frame.
Is it a lucky shot? Wow. He's looked up at the commentary box. He's smiling. He's got away with it, but he knows he could be banging trouble. And he's left enough room for Shaun to go round the back of the yellow. It's a must-hit snooker now. Well, he's freed the blue, and he hasn't stuck the yellow up. Okay, he might be snookered again, but all of a sudden it's a yellow ball fight.
Turn the phone off, please.
His phone's going off all over the crucible at the moment. That's 3 or 4 now we've had. Can he get the snooker again? Has he hit it?
Excellent.
Shaun, on 2 occasions, has got out of a snooker and left it safe. Is he going to be third time lucky, or is he going to be unlucky? Needs another bit of good fortune here. He needs a bit of good fortune. Just the yellow needed. He doesn't have to play to get on the green. And in it goes. He didn't play to get on the green.
2.
Well, what a quarter-final we've had here. And it's not quite over just yet. But Shaun Murphy needs 1 snooker.
Fantastic pot from Judd Trump.
Judd Trump, 2.
Well, we've had so much drama in this deciding frame. Surely there's not more to come. Can Shaun Murphy get the snooker? He'll keep trying. That might be it all over now. Well, I must admit, I've enjoyed every single frame of this match. These boys have put a show on in the Crucible here this afternoon. It's now just evening. And Judd Trump has done remarkably well. It doesn't matter whether the blue goes in or not. Shaun Murphy, the gentleman that he is, will come forward and congratulate Judd Trump. What a display of snooker, and Shaun Murphy there applauding the crowd, and Judd raises that fist. It's been a fabulous match. Well done to both players. You can't beat a deciding frame, but it's Judd Trump who runs out a winner, 13-12.